This is ChestertonRadio.com.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents the romantic operetta Naughty Marietta, based on the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer motion picture with Victor Herbert's beloved music, and starring Jeanette MacDonald and your host, Gordon MacRae. Our choir is under the direction of Norman Luboff, and our music is arranged and conducted by Carmen Dragon. Yes, tonight another great musical success is brought to you by the American Railroads, the same railroads that also bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now, here is Gordon MacRae.
Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is your host, Gordon MacRae, bringing up the curtain on one of Victor Herbert's most melodic and popular operettas, Naughty Marietta. In the character of Captain Dick Warrington, I meet and fall in love with Naughty Marietta in New Orleans, when Louisiana was still under the rule of Louis XV of France. But the story of Marietta begins much before that, and no one is more familiar with it than that lady herself. So may I introduce her to you in the person of our lovely and charming guest star this evening, known and loved by all as the Naughty Marietta of the screen, Miss Jeanette MacDonald.
I heard that melody one night in a dream and lived with the memory of it ever after. I remembered only the beginning of that unexplained song, and somehow I felt that if I could complete it, I could find the answer, not only to the mystery of life, but to the mystery of my own unhappiness as well. It was spring in the court at Versailles, and my royal uncle had informed me that the King of France had commanded that I marry a fat, elderly member of the Royal House of Spain named Don Carlos. The thought was intolerable to me, so I arranged to take the place of one of the maids in the castle, a Marietta Franini, on a bride ship bound for New Orleans. And that very night I stole away from the castle and set sail on the adventure of my life.
Oh, Marietta, isn't the sea beautiful? I wish we weren't landing tomorrow.
Why, Julie, I thought you were looking forward to this brand new world and the fine, handsome young cavalier who would claim you as his wife.
Well, suppose it isn't a fine, handsome cavalier. Suppose it's a fat, ugly one.
Well, you don't have to accept him. You'll have the pick of all the men in New Orleans.
What kind of a husband do you want, Marietta?
I don't intend to marry.
Oh, but you have to. You accepted the king's dowry. A casket of gold and a grant of land to each girl who will go to the colonies and marry.
Well, the king can keep his grant and his casket.
Then why did you come on the bride ship?
Oh, for many reasons, but mainly because of a song.
A song?
Yes, a melody that's become a sort of challenge to me.
Oh, it's beautiful, Marietta. Oh, please finish it.
Oh, I can't, Julie. Perhaps I never will be able to finish it.
Well, when you sing, it makes me forget how frightened I am, Marietta.
Well, then I'm afraid it'll have to be another song, Julie. Oh, there's a little prayer I learned as a child. Will that do?
Oh, yes, yes.
All right, then. One song for one smile. Is that a bargain?
Oh, yes, Marietta.
King of the earth and sky and sea, guide us upon our way. Gladly we place our trust in thee, day by
thank you, Marietta. I feel ever so much better now.
To your stations, men. There's a pirate ship approaching from starboard.
Oh, pirates!
Straight across the stern. Return fire.
All right, my little pigeon, stop that sniffling. You've been captured by pirates. You might as well make the best of it. I will camp here on the shore for the night. In the morning, we'll figure out what's to be done about you.
In the name of the King of France, I demand that you set us free.
Well, do you now, my pretty?
Now, don't you dare come a step closer to me.
I like redheads. The more peppery they are, the better I like them.
Why, you...
Well, I'll have a kiss for that slap, my lady. What's that?
That's the song of the governor's men, Captain. They must be looking for some word of the bride ship.
Captain Dick Warrington's men, huh? Well, no point in fighting two battles today unless we have to. Down out with that campfire.
Yes, sir.
All right, now you women get down on your faces and keep quiet. Ah, good. Good, they're passing by.
Help! Help! Soldiers, help! Shut up! Help!
Come on, men. We found them.
Captain Warrington, I certainly want to thank you, your men.
Careful. You're tipping the canoe.
If you hadn't come along just when you did, I don't know what might have happened to us.
Well, that's what the governor of Louisiana pays us for. Personally, I never approved of you women being shipped over here in the first place. The minute women arrive any place, there's trouble. Why, look at my men. Even in the moonlight, you can see the silly expressions on their faces. They're not used to having women in their canoes.
Judging from your manners, I wouldn't say you were either.
Huh? Well, my manners were all right when I was saving your life.
Didn't you say you get paid for that sort of thing?
Well, I'll wager my next month's salary that you weren't any poor little milkmaid on a farm.
Oh, would you?
You don't have the manner born, my lady. Whoever your mistress was, she taught you to put on too many airs. Blue eyes.
My eyes are green, and my name is Marietta.
Nevertheless, I'll call you Blue Eyes. So you had to come all the way to New Orleans to catch a husband, eh? Well, don't look at me.
You fancy yourself quite a lady killer, don't you?
Oh, I am. I don't know whether it's my looks or my voice. By the way, what did you think of my voice, Blue Eyes?
When I heard it, my mind wasn't exactly on musical matters, Captain Warrington.
That's right. Too bad. It's a nice voice. Care to hear it again?
No, thank you. Might spoil the effect of that lovely moon up there.
Oh, on the contrary, it'll help it. Why, I'll sing you a song about our southern moon if you like.
Fine. I'm a little bit tired anyway, so if you don't mind, I'll just take a little nap while you're singing.
Careful. You might...
It was the furthest thing from my mind.
Captain, there are the lights of New Orleans up ahead.
New Orleans?
New Orleans, that's right, Blue Eyes. With your new husband waiting for you on the dock. Come on, men. Let's give him our song and have the whole town turn out to greet us. Let's see that these ladies get a rousing welcome from New Orleans. Tramp, tramp, tramp along the highway. Tramp, 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 the road is free. Blazing trails along the byway. Feuilles de bois are we. Tramp, 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 now clear the roadway. Room, 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 the world is free. With planters and Canucks, Virginians and Kentucks, Captain Dickson Infantry, Captain Dickson Infantry.
Tramp, tramp along the highway, tramp, 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 the road is free. Blazing trails along the byway, feuilles de bois are we.
Tramp, 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 now clear the roadway. Room, 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 the world is free. With planters and Canucks, Virginians and Kentucks, Captain Dickson Infantry, Captain Dickson Infantry.
Casket girls! Welcome, casket girls!
Good
You came here to get married. You signed the agreement.
But, mademoiselle, you must marry someone. It is the
It
law.
says in your credentials.
No, I don't want to marry anyone.
Here. What's the meaning of this, young woman? I'm told you are refusing to marry.
Very true, monsieur. And who are you?
I am the governor of Louisiana.
Oh, well, then will you please tell these gentlemen that I don't have to marry them?
Oh, but you do, mademoiselle. It says in your credentials...
Then I shall tear up my credentials.
Stop that immediately. Young woman, what is your name?
Marietta Franini.
Well, Marietta Franini, something has to be done about you.
Yes, Your Excellency.
I don't want to have to put you in jail.
Governor!
Oh, Captain Warrington. Dick, my dear boy.
I couldn't help hearing your conversation with this young woman. I feel a sort of responsibility for her myself. After all, it's my fault in a way that she's here, and I'm willing that you put her in my custody for the time being. I'll see that she has lodgings.
Well, an excellent suggestion, Dick. And if she doesn't get some sense in her head, we'll just have to ship her home to France.
Come along, Blue Eyes.
Where are you taking me?
You are now about to enter one of the main thoroughfares of New Orleans. Charming, isn't it?
What brought about this sudden interest in my future, Captain Warrington?
Well, I feel sorry for you.
You feel sorry for me.
Yes. You're so beautiful and so dumb.
Oh, am I? Well, let me tell you something. You may not be as smart as you think you are, and I may not be as dumb as I look. Well, I mean, as you think I look. Now, kindly conduct me to wherever I'm supposed to find residence, and then...
Then I'll say au revoir.
Not au revoir, Captain Warrington. Just say a lasting goodbye.
Well, look ahead there. My friend Rudolfo, who runs the Marionette Theater. Hey, Rudolfo!
Capitano Dick. Hello, my friend. Hello.
Hello, Rudolfo. Say, where's that plump daughter of
The
yours?
one who's sing?
Yeah.
She got married. But monsieur, my Suzette, she sings it too. Come, Suzette, sing it for the gentlemen.
Well, it seems like everybody's getting married this day. Must be the season.
Perhaps.
Ah, nice voice, hasn't she, little ice lady? It's too bad you can't sing.
Really?
Yes, it gives a woman added charm. You might take some lessons, but of course, I'd never expect you to sing as well as Suzette.
Oh, that, monsieur, that's a matter of opinion.
The mandolin playing sweet, the gentle song of dancing feet. Oh, could I return, oh, joy complete? Nobody,
Mademoiselle, your voice is beautiful.
Oh, thank you, Rodolfo.
Oh, if such a singer would only come to me, it would mean a new days for my marionette theater.
This lady is a prisoner, Rodolfo, and she isn't interested in helping you or anyone.
Oh, but that isn't true. Rodolfo, the governor has placed me in this gentleman's custody. But if he'll permit me, I'd be very happy to sing at your theater.
Oh, gracias.
You will see that she has lodgings and take good care of her?
I will. Hey, there's your man, Captain Dick.
Are you coming, Captain?
I'll be right there. Well, farewell, my lady.
Oh, no. No, please wait.
What? You realize what you're saying?
Oh, I'm sorry. For a moment, well, it was when you turned away from me. That moment, I thought I heard...
Come on, Dick.
Take good care of her, Rodolfo. Goodbye, Mamselle.
Au revoir, monsieur.
Did you say au revoir?
Yes, I did.
Then au revoir it is.
Tramp, tramp, tramp the rolling road.
It's interesting to think of the way people lived in America in the time of naughty Marietta. Here was this vast continent with every natural resource it has today, and yet it could barely support 2 or 3 million persons. Now, a nation of nearly 150 million persons living on the same area produces not only enough for its own needs, but enough to aid half the world besides. What makes the difference? Well, for one thing, there was born in this land a new sort of freedom. It was not merely political freedom, but was the freedom of every man to use his native ability to make the most of every opportunity to better himself. Without that sort of freedom, political freedom could not long be maintained. And in that atmosphere of freedom, there blossomed mighty inventions, creating the machinery which multiplies many-fold man's power of production. And there developed a new sort of transportation, continent-wide transportation, binding the nation into a unit, low-cost, dependable transportation, which makes high-volume production possible, and also makes possible the widespread distribution and high-level consumption, without which large-scale production would be useless. This essential transportation is performed on the railroads, in trains of cars on tracks. These railroads handle goods on a scale undreamed of elsewhere, and they do it at rates which, in comparison with prices and wages, are lower than anywhere else in the world. And they are lower now in comparison than they were before the war, even here in America. And so it is that a continent which could barely support a mere handful of people has become the home of nearly 150 million who produce more and live better than any other people on the face of the earth. Now back to Naughty Marietta with your host, Gordon MacRae, and Jeanette MacDonald as his guest star.
For one fleeting moment, I had felt as though I knew what my dream melody meant to say. That moment when Dick Warrington smiled at me and said goodbye. And yet I considered Dick an arrogant, conceited, egotistical, impossible boor. I thought it was because he was the only man I knew in New Orleans that I was glad to see him when he arrived at the puppet show the next night.
Good show, Blue Eyes. Say, you can sing.
Thank you.
Come on, let's take a walk in the moonlight. I want to talk to you.
Haven't you anything better to do?
Well, if I had, I'd be doing it. Here, put this cape around you.
But it's warm out.
And put the hood up over your hair.
Why?
Well, let's just say it's too hot to look at red hair.
Now, if you're going to be insulting, I'm not going with you.
Oh, yes, you are. You're coming with me, and you're going to ride in my canoe out along the edges of the bayou, completely out of earshot of anyone on land. And then you're going to tell me why the governor has today offered a reward of 250,000 louis for the apprehension of one Marietta Frenini.
250,000 louis for me.
The governor sent for me this morning and asked me if I knew where you were. I told him you had gotten away from me.
Well, did he tell you why they sent for me?
No, but you're going to tell me as soon as we get in that boat.
Well, will it be safe to talk there?
Yes. My men are all through the bayou right now. It's the safest place in New Orleans for the moment. And this is the most dangerous. Now, come on.
Yes, sir.
Well, you know, I've never given an order to a woman before.
I've never taken an order from a man.
Well, let's talk that over when we have time, Marietta.
Yes, when we have time, Dick.
You do trust me now, don't you?
Well, if I can't trust you, then I have no one.
Come on.
Oh, sweet mystery of life, could I but find thee. The words repeated themselves within me urgently, over and over, as I followed Dick through the streets of New Orleans. And when he helped me into the boat and we drifted out on the moonlit water, it fairly thundered in my ears. But what the rest of the song was, or what it meant, I still didn't know.
Now tell me, Blue Eyes, why should they offer a reward of 250,000 louis for a giddy little redhead from Marseille?
Oh, please, let's not talk about it now. All this will end soon enough.
Blue Eyes, you're in trouble. I want to help you. The governor has all the troops in New Orleans out hunting for you. What did you do?
I ran away. Away from a man I didn't want to marry.
Who are you?
Oh, just someone.
Someone, huh?
Someone from somewhere.
Well, you know, I have a very strange feeling about someone.
No pain, I hope.
No. I have a very strange feeling I never felt before.
You're coming down with something, all right.
a grind of depression.
I wonder if it's catching.
I hope so. My heart's acting strangely. It feels rather sore. At least it gives me that impression.
My pulses leap madly without any cause. Believe me, I'm telling you truly. I'm gay without pause, then sad without cause. My spirits are truly unruly.
And if someone did love you?
Oh, Marietta.
I said if. Would you care what her past had been? Would you marry her without questions?
If you say you love me, that's the only question I would ask. And the only answer I am interested in.
Oh, I know now what it means.
Major, bring that boat into shore. My men will fire on you if you don't.
Oh, please, Dick, do as he asks.
But Marietta.
Oh, please.
All right, Marietta, whatever you say.
Captain Warrington, I have a warrant for this lady. She's to be returned to the palace of the governor at once.
Why? What has she done?
It isn't what she's done, it's who she is. She is the Princess Marie d'Altena, a fugitive from France against His Majesty's wishes.
Princess? You a princess, Marietta?
Yes, Dick. I hoped you'd never know.
Permit me to help you from the boat, Your Highness.
Thank you.
The governor awaits you at his palace.
If you don't wish to go, Blue Eyes, I have a sword here that will see that you stay.
Men, advance and fall to.
Oh, no, please.
I have men of my own in this bayou. I have only to call out and they will be at your service.
No, I've put you in enough danger already. I'll go with you, Major. Shall I see you again, Captain Warrington?
There is only one answer to that, which I believe you know.
Company, march!
charming you look. All dressed for the ball in your honor, I see.
Well, I'm afraid the last thing I want is to be presented to New Orleans society, Governor.
His Majesty is most provoked with you, Your Highness. As a matter of fact, another order just arrived, which I should like to read to you. And she shall be found and returned immediately under the custody of her uncle on his arrival. Anyone aiding or abetting her further escape shall be considered in treason to me and shall be given the extreme penalty. Signed, Louis XV.
How would you like to marry an old, fat Spanish don that creaks every time he walks?
I should be honored.
Well, then you marry him.
Oh, no, my dear. Oh, I could hardly do that. We'd better go down to the ball. You take my arm, Princess?
Thank you.
Oh, Princess, I thought you might be interested to know that I have ordered Captain Warrington and his men to start for Barataria today. He's a good soldier, and I should not like to be forced to carry out His Majesty's orders. But if he should attempt to help you escape...
I understand, Governor.
What's that singing?
Oh, Governor, I promise you I won't cause you any trouble. Oh, only please don't let anyone else suffer. I'll return to Versailles.
Very well. That, of course, makes my position much easier. Your ship sails at dawn.
I shall be aboard. I had known the secret, the answer to the mystery of my life and of my song for almost a full day. But as I walked down and took my place in the ballroom, I realized that to know the song and its meaning and to deny that meaning was almost unbearable. And yet it had to be denied forever. And then, late in the evening, I went out into the garden for a moment, and suddenly, there he was before me.
Your Highness.
Dick, you must go at once. You're in great danger here.
Danger? Do you think I'm afraid of danger?
Oh, but I can't really talk to you tonight with all these people here. The moment they find I'm gone, they'll be searching for me.
Out on the bayou, you started to sing a song for me. I'd like to hear it now.
Oh, please, this ball is in honor of my sailing. I should be back there.
Sailing?
You know.
What have they said about sailing?
Oh, sailing?
Yes. When are they going to try to take you away?
Oh, the day after tomorrow. I mean the day after that. Friday, I think.
Friday? Then I'll be back to hear your song right here tomorrow night. We'll be camped only about 20 miles from here.
Captain Warrington!
Governor.
Well, good evening, Your Excellency.
Didn't you receive my orders?
Oh, yes, of course he did. Oh, don't magnify something very silly, Governor. This officer saved my life, and I asked him to come here to say goodbye. Thank you again, Captain, and goodbye.
Princess?
Good night.
Good night.
Your Highness, everyone is pleading for you to sing for them. Would you do it? Would you honor us?
Oh, yes. Yes, I will sing for you. I knew I'd never see Dick again, and I had to let him hear my song. I went into the ballroom and saw Dick at the head of the stairway, just about to leave, so I sang my song straight.
Blue eyes.
Oh, Dick.
Oh, sweet mystery of life, at last I found thee.
Who is that?
It's Captain Warrington.
There he is, up on the balcony. He's coming down the stairway. Look.
Listen.
Waiting, yearning, the burning hopes, the joy and idle tears that fall. For 'tis love and love alone the world is seeking. And 'tis love and love alone I've waited for, and my heart has heard the answer to its calling. For
forevermore. Blue Eyes.
Oh, Dick, please go quickly.
Au revoir, my princess.
Goodbye. Oh, my darling. Goodbye.
A few minutes ago, we were talking about what freedom and invention and transportation have done in this country in making the way we live in America the marvel of the world. Let's pay a little more attention to the third of these mighty forces, transportation, and especially the backbone of our transportation system, our railroads. Production as we know it would not be possible without railroads to assemble the materials used, the fertilizers and farm implements, for example, for the kind of agriculture which is practiced in America, or the raw materials, the fuel, and the machinery used in industry. And not only would production on the American scale be impossible without railroads, it would also be useless without the widespread distribution and the high consumption of goods which railroad transportation makes possible. America finds use for other forms of transportation, but no one of them, nor all of them together, could take the place of railroads in furnishing the low-cost, continental-wide, all-season service, which is fundamental to the way we make things and the way we use them here in America. The Railroad Hour show train will return in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. Now back to Act 3 of Naughty Marietta with your host Gordon MacRae and his guest star Jeanette MacDonald.
And now I had sung my dream melody, and I'd pledged my love with it, and at the same time said farewell to that love forever. I ran upstairs after I finished singing and stood at the window, listening to his men march through the empty moonlit streets. And I stood there thinking, he is with them, and they are marching away from me. Yes?
I just wanted to say good night, Princess. I hope you'll be quite comfortable.
Well, it doesn't matter now, Governor. Nothing matters. I'm going back to marry Don Carlos as the king commanded.
Sometimes it's very sad to be of royal blood, Princess. But life establishes the rules of our conduct by how we are born. And we must obey those rules.
Well, I hoped this was a new country where all those out-of-date precepts could be forgotten.
It's too bad, Princess, that we cannot make of the world what we dream it should be. Good night.
Dick.
Did you call me, Blue Eyes?
Oh, Dick. Oh, why did you come back?
I came for you. You wouldn't have sung that song to me if you'd ever expected to see me again, would you?
No.
When are you really sailing?
At dawn.
Why didn't you tell me?
Well, if you'd known, you never would have gone, and I'd have seen them lead you away to be...
What have I to live for without you?
Oh, what are we to do?
Get a cloak. My men are waiting at the edge of town. Now, hurry.
Oh, but we can't. The palace is surrounded.
I got in. I'll get out.
But, Dick, wherever we'd go, they'd only find us again.
Oh, not where we're going. We're heading west, Blue Eyes, into a new country, a new life, together. Will you come with me?
Oh, of course I will.
Then quick, hurry now.
Princess! Princess!
Quick, out on the balcony, hurry.
Guard! Call the guard! Something's wrong! Warn the guard!
First, I'll jump over the balcony.
Are you all right?
Yes. Now jump. I'll catch you. Oh, there you are.
Halt where you are. Up with your hand.
Oh, I knew it. I knew it.
Hold those two.
We have them, Governor.
Bring them to my rooms. Don't let them escape.
They won't escape from us, Your Excellency.
Good.
Well, shall we march, gentlemen?
Oh, Dick, I knew it would all be for nothing.
We know quite a long way to the governor's office, Captain.
Yes, sir, through the woods. Kind of pretty.
Uh-huh.
Now you follow us. Right out through the castle gates.
Dick.
Shh. We're not safe yet.
But these soldiers, they're your men.
Of course.
Oh, my darling. How on earth did you manage that?
Easily. They changed places with some of the palace guards, who were very glad to get a night off.
The horses are just ahead. The men are waiting.
Well, here we are, Your Highness.
No more, Your Highness. From this moment, there are no titles left in the world.
Oh, yes, there are. Your new one.
What's that?
Why, Mrs. Warrington, naturally. Here, let me help you up. We have a long ride ahead of us, but there's a ship waiting and a whole new country.
And a new life.
Ah, sweet mystery of life, at last I found thee. Oh, at last I know the secret of it all. All the longing, seeking, striving, waiting, yearning, the idle hope and joys, the burning tears that fall.
The roadway, room, 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 the world is free.
But it's love and love alone the world is seeking. And it's love and love alone I've waited for. And my heart has heard the answer to its call. For it is love that rules
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Jeanette MacDonald will be back in just a moment. Meanwhile, this is your host, Gordon MacRae, giving a big vote of thanks to our excellent supporting cast, Earl Ross, Alan Reed, Sheila Stevens, Paul Fries, Parley Bear, and Bill Demling for their fine performances in Naughty Marietta, with book and lyrics by Rita Johnson Young, music by Victor Herbert, and adapted for radio by Gene Holloway. And now, here's Jeanette MacDonald again.
Thank you. I just want to say how greatly I enjoyed appearing for the Association of American Railroads in this production of Naughty Marietta, one of my favorite roles.
We were honored to have you, Jeanette, and very happy, too, that you were to join us again very soon.
Oh, yes, the week after next, as a matter of fact, in another of my favorites, Noel Coward's Bittersweet.
And I'm certain that your fans will all be listening.
Oh, by the way, what are you doing next week?
Well, next week, the Metropolitan Opera soprano, Miss Patrice Munzel, and Mr. Kenny Baker will join me in presenting one of America's most beloved operettas, Blossom Time.
Oh, I'll certainly be listening to that myself. And I'll see you all again week after next in Bittersweet.
Au revoir, Marietta.
Au revoir, Captain Dick.
All aboard! Well, it looks as though ready to pull out, and so until next week, goodbye.
Naughty Marietta has been presented by special arrangement with the Tams Whitmark Music Library. Jeanette MacDonald's new motion picture is The Sun Comes Up, produced by Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, whose current hit is Words and Music. Gordon MacRae appeared on this program by arrangement with Warner Brothers. This is Marvin Miller speaking. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by 132 railroads of the United States. Each one of them has its own operations and services. Each one competes keenly with others for business. But all of them work together through the Association of American Railroads for the improvement of all railroading and for better service to you.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Wax program with Fibber McGee and Molly. The makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coats present Marion and Jim Jordan as Fibber McGee and Molly with Bill Thompson, the King's Men, and Billy Mills Orchestra. The show opens with Jericho. Reminder, this is Make a Pal of Your Wife Week. Send the little woman some flowers. Send her a box of candy. Take her out to lunch. Now, wait a minute. Let's see. Flowers would come to about $5. Candy about $2. Yes, you better make it lunch. Anyway, that's the way the Squire of 79 Wistful Vista has figured it out as we meet Fibber McGee and Molly.
Hey, Molly, I got an idea.
What about? And move over a little, please. I want to dust that chair.
I got an idea about lunch.
Well, let's not discuss lunch quite yet. I haven't had time to do the breakfast dishes.
Oh, well, let the dishes go.
I'll do no such a thing.
Oh, well, use some others. We got other dishes, ain't we?
No, we haven't.
We haven't? What become of that set of dishes we won at the Bijou Theater this winter?
Why, don't you remember?
Huh?
You stayed for the second show and threw 'em at the picture.
Well, I hope I didn't hurt Theda Barrow with that gravy boat. But look, Molly, what
McGee,
Huh?
Where did you lay that half-smoked cigar?
Oh, right there on the arm of the chair. Why? You want a drag on it?
Don't be silly. But is that any place to put a lighted cigar?
No, I guess it ain't at that. I'll put it up here on the mantel where I can...
Put it in the ashtray. What's the ashtray for?
Oh, hairpins, rubber bands, stamps, apple cores, and all stuff like that there. There's never any room for ashes in it. Now, about lunch, Molly, I thought it was...
Well, if you're so anxious to have lunch, why don't you go out and wash the dishes?
Who, me? No, sirree. What do you think I am? A sissy? I don't wash no dishes. I hate washing dishes.
Huh. I suppose I like to, huh?
Certainly not. And I hate to have you wash dishes, too, sweetheart. That's what I'm talking about. Nobody has to wash dishes around here today. I'm going to take you out to lunch.
Well, that's very nice of you. Now move a little whilst I dust... what did you say?
I says I'm inviting you out to lunch.
Well, heavenly days. Oh, you mean you're asking me to go out to lunch, dearie?
What's so strange about that? You afraid people will talk? I didn't just meet you on a streetcar, you know. We're married, remember?
But, dearie, this is so sudden. That is, if you can call it sudden after 15 years.
Look, Molly, I ain't the guy to be stood up on a date. You want to go or don't you?
Yes, and thank you, dearie, thank you.
Oh, forget it. It's nothing that any red-blooded, clean-living American boy wouldn't have done. Besides, this is Make a Pal of Your Wife Week.
Oh, it is?
Yep.
I thought this was Peel an Onion and Shed a Tear for the boys in the upper brackets week.
Well, come on, hurry up and get your hat.
All right. But it'll take me a while to put my face on. I'll be down in just a minute, dearie.
Ah, women. When a man gets a date with a gal, he pats himself on the back. When a gal gets a date with a man, she pats herself on the face. Come in. out of nature. What's on your mind, old-timer?
Want to buy any soap, Johnny? Only got to sell 982 more bars, and I win a .22 rifle.
What you going to do with the .22 rifle when you get it?
I'm going to shoot the guy that talked me into trying to sell this bum soap.
I don't believe we want any today, old-timer.
Hey!
I'm afraid you come to the wrong house. As Robinson Crusoe says to his man Friday when he put down his telescope, no sale.
That's pretty good, Johnny. But that ain't the way I heard it. The way I heard it, one feller says, t'other feller, says, I only got to sell 982 bars of soap and I'll win a .22 rifle. Is that so, says t'other feller. What you gonna do with a .22 rifle? And t'other feller says, I'm gonna shoot the guy that talked me into selling this bum soap. I thought that... What's the matter, Johnny?
We just did that one a minute ago.
I know it. But darn it, Johnny, I'm tired. All day long going from door to door selling this bum soap.
That guy's proved one thing to me. If man sprung from monkeys, he must have had a Charlie horse at the time.
Who is that at the door, dearie?
Oh, I could describe him best, Molly, as the guy that always stands behind you when you're playing bridge and says, not that one. Well, come on, let's go.
Oh, my. I certainly appreciate this, McGee.
Oh, forget it. After all, Make a Pal of Your Wife week only comes once a year. It's Here comes Mrs. Uppington.
Heavenly days, look at her, will you? She struts along like the world was her oyster, and she just cornered the Tabasco market. The fuzzy. Why don't she... Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Uppington? So nice to see you.
Oh, how do you do, Mrs. McGee? And Mr. McGee?
Hi, Uppity.
A lovely day, isn't it? I always try to take a long walk every day if possible. I get home simply brimming with a new energy and a new youth.
Oh, really? Who is he, Mrs. Uppington?
Who is who?
The new youth.
She means Billy Mills, Molly.
Oh.
Though his youth ain't awful new either.
But Billy is such a charming boy and a splendid musician. He came over last night and played the piano for me.
Yes?
Oh, all the lovely old songs of my girlhood.
Ah, wasn't that nice? And those Civil War songs were so inspiring.
Yes, indeed. What? Civil War? Now, please, Mr. McGee,
Incidentally, Mrs. Uppington, speaking of romance, my husband has just dated me up for lunch. Won't you join us?
Oh, no, thank you, my dear. In fact, Dr. Mills and I are lunching together today.
Oh.
And I'm afraid we'd hardly patronize the same... we usually go to a very quiet, exclusive restaurant. I'm particularly devoted to a good French cuisine, you know.
Oh, is that so? I never ate one myself. Why don't you get the recipe, Molly?
Oh, Mr. McGee. Oh, you're so amusing, really. Get the recipe and do it. Now, droll.
Hey, what's so funny about that? Well, I've been an expert on food ever since my childhood. Even my teething ring was made from an old Goodyear recipe. Just to keep my eye on the cook, I had all my meals in the kitchen. Kitchenette McGee, I was known as. Kitchenette McGee, the cute and cuddly connoisseur of classy cooking, carefully counting the calories and carbohydrates contained in concoctions of cow, cooked in combination with carrots, cabbage, cauliflower, and corn. Considerable corn. Constant customer of cosmopolitan cafes and corner cafeterias, my compliments were considered to cap the climax of a capable cook's career when I commended kindly on a clever consomme or a keen cutlet, and crowned the king of the cake and crumblers from coast to coast as I'd cut and carve and crack and crunch, but excuse us, Uppy, we're late for lunch.
For Fibber and Molly to return, I'd like your attention for just a minute. How often during the week do you say, if only I had more time for reading or seeing my friends or for just plain resting? Well, I can tell you how you can find a few extra hours by protecting your floors with that grand labor-saving floor polish glow coat. Most of you have heard me tell the very simple story of Johnson's self-polishing glow coat, how it requires no rubbing or buffing whatsoever, how it polishes itself in 20 minutes, leaving a sparkling, beautiful floor that's easy to keep clean. Spots and stains are quickly wiped up with a damp cloth. Now, you can use glow coat on all your floors, but by all means use it in your kitchen. It brings out the colors of your linoleum, keeps it looking just like new, makes your kitchen a pleasanter place to work in. And many users tell us that it actually makes their linoleum last 6 times longer than a floor surface that is unprotected. So why not ask your dealer for a can of Johnson's self-polishing glow coat tomorrow? It's spelled GLO-COAT.
Taking me out to lunch too, dearie?
Well, I don't know. I thought we might as well patronize Nick Topopoulos.
Oh. Well, anyway, I think it's real thoughtful of you to not want me standing over a hot stove and washing a lot of dishes today, McGee.
Oh, well, as long as you're my wife, Molly, you deserve the best.
Ah, do I really?
Yes, you do.
Well, then why are we eating at Nick Topopoulos' restaurant? Why don't we go to a decent joint?
Why, Molly, Nick is a friend of ours.
I know, but ptomaine poison is an awful strain even on a beautiful friendship.
Well, Chucks, I just thought that...
Hi, mister.
Oh, hello there, little girl. Where are you going?
Over to Willie Toops' house to play.
Oh, you are, eh?
Mm-hmm.
What you going to play, ring around the rosy and drop the handkerchief and stuff?
No, those are baby games, I bet you.
They are?
Hmm?
So ring around the rosy and drop the handkerchief for baby games.
I think so, too.
Well, what are you going to play?
Well, I just talked to Willie on the telephone, and he said if we can get a couple of other kids, we could play some bridge.
Bridge? At your age? Sis, as the donkey says when he first seen himself in the mirror, I can't believe my ears.
Your nose is almost incredible, too, mister.
Say, you mean to... Now, look, sis, what kind of bridge you kids going to play? Auction or contract?
London.
Oh. By the way, how's your little brother?
Which one?
The one that swallowed the 8 cents last week. Did they have him x-rayed?
Well, my mama says...
I says, did they have him x-rayed?
I don't know what you mean, I bet you.
Oh, yes, you do.
Oh, no, I don't.
Oh, yes, you do.
Oh, no, Well, what is it?
Look, sis, you know what an X-ray is as well as I do.
See, do I?
Sure you do. Come on now. What's that mysterious-looking thing that sees right through you and tells you what's the matter with you?
Your wife, I bet you. So long, mister.
Well, come on, Molly. Let's get going. The Topopoulos' restaurant is just around the corner here.
All right, but I warn you, McGee, his food is terrible.
Oh, I admit Nick ain't no Oscar of the Waldorf.
He certainly isn't. Even these short orders are long shot. But I'm not complaining, dearie. I still think you were sweet to ask me out to lunch. Now, I won't mind doing the dishes when we get home.
Oh, I'll do the dishes.
Oh, no, I'll do the dishes. It's no job for a man.
Oh, let me do them.
No.
Okay, you promise?
Certainly. Oh, look, there's Mr. Wilcox coming out of the restaurant. Yoo-hoo! Mr. Wilcox.
Oh, hello, folks. How you doing?
I'm taking Molly into Nick's for lunch, Harlow. You know, this is Make a Pal of Your Wife week.
Yes, I know.
Are you celebrating it too, Mr. Wilcox?
Oh, not particularly.
What?
Well, why should I? To me, every week is Make a Pal of Your Wife week. That's my job.
Uh-oh. Folks, if I'm mistaken, you're about to hear the first floor show ever put on in front of a restaurant.
Well, you know what I mean. Any guy who sells a no-rubbing, no-buffing preparation like Johnson's self-polishing glow coat to the housewife is giving her something better than flowers or candy or diamonds. He's giving her more leisure, more pride in her home, and a lot easier job of housework.
Hey, Harlow.
What?
I don't mean to change the subject.
As if you could.
But do you always eat here at DePoplis' restaurant?
Sure. I sell him so much Johnson's wax and glow coat, I know he's got the cleanest place in town.
Is that so?
Go take a look at his kitchen sometime. You could eat off the floor.
It seems to be a pretty busy place.
I'll say it is. I couldn't even find a place to sit down in there. I ate in the kitchen.
No, they set a table for you out in the kitchen?
No, I ate off the floor. See what I mean? Well, so long, folks.
S.C. Johnson and Son sure own a controlling interest in that guy. Well, come on in, Molly.
Lead on, me pal of the week.
Good day, sir. And madam, the name, please.
What you mean, the name?
Beg pardon, sir, but we're very busy today. Did you call up and reserve a couple of stools?
Well, heavenly day.
A maitre d' hash joint. First thing we know, Nick will start hiring redcaps to carry the tea bags.
Just give us a stool or a booth anywhere, Mr. Headwaiter. We're not fussy.
Sorry, madam. It's impossible at the moment. We're extremely busy. However, if you'd care to wait a few moments in the cocktail lounge.
What cocktail lounge?
Right next door, sir. Of course, it isn't quite finished, but it's very amusing to watch the steam shovels.
Stop shooting the malarkey to us, Sharky, and call Mr. DePoplis. We're friends of his.
There he is, over there by booth number 5.
Sorry, sir. Mr. DePoplis can't leave those patrons for the moment.
Why not?
Their table wobbles a bit, and he's keeping his toe under it. They're leaving. Mr. DePoplis.
Yes, what is being... Oh, hello there, Cupid. Hello, Fisher.
Hi, Nick.
Welcome to my restaurant, sir. I didn't any more expect to see you in here today than I can shake a stick at.
Well, you seem to be doing quite a business, Mr. DePoplis.
Oh, yes. Tuesday is as busy with the DePoplis restaurants as it is with you, Fisher, and for the same reason. Baked clams. But I'm glad you're patronosing my places instead of that one across the street.
What's the matter with the place across the street, Nick? Food no good?
Oh, the food is being ugly duckly, Fisher. But the service.
Oh.
The service is being as slow as molasses puss in Jennywember.
Oh, is it really?
Yes, I can't stand it much longer. Every time I send over there for my lunch, it is taking them half an hour to bring it across the street. If I don't look out, they're liable to lose a good customer.
Well, look, Nick, I brung Molly in here on account of it's being Make a Pal of Your Wife week. Can't you give us a booth right away?
Why, Fisher, for a good friend of mine like you, I certainly don't think I can right away. But the very first one that is being available, somebody else will probably get that first, too.
Well, how about the one you just left, Mr. DePoplis?
Oh, sure. Why don't you sit there? Head waiter!
Yes, Mr. DePoplis.
Give these people booths numbers 5, so they have a good view of the entertainment. If we only had some. I hope you're enjoying your lunch, Cupid and Fisher, in spite of the food.
Well, thanks, Nick.
Step right this way, sir.
Yes, sir.
Allow me, madam.
Allow you what?
Why, allow me to hold your chair for you.
So you can pull it out from under me when I sit down. Oh, no, you don't. Get away from there.
Yes, madam. I'll send a waitress right over. Hey, Blondie, shag a setup for number 5.
Look at this silverware, McGee. 4 forks and no knife or spoon.
Oh, that's class, Molly. Them are your salad fork, entree fork, cocktail fork, and pie fork.
Well, they're all alike.
What's the difference? Everything in here tastes alike. Oh, here's the waitress. Hi, sis. What's good today?
Oh, hello, folks. Haven't seen you for a long time. We have pot roast, lamb stew, weenies, and sauerkraut. That's a good-looking fur coat you have on, Mrs. McGee. Pork shanks, corned beef, and cabbage, only it's all gone. Spanish omelet and veal loaf. What on earth do you suppose Sumner Wells is cooking up over there in Europe?
Pot roast.
Same here.
I didn't know you was working here, Mrs. Worrybottom. How do you like being a croquette croupier?
Well, cut it out now. Well, frankly, Mr. McGee, I don't think I'll be here very long. The chef is one of those fresh guys. Every time I put in an order, he sticks his head out of that little window and winks at me. 2 orders of pot roast. And if he does it just once more, I'm going to drop whatever I'm doing and quit. And there he goes. He just did it again. And I quit.
Shelley was a lady. Last night she died. Oh, Miss Hannah refuses to see me, but there's always Dinah, sweet old Dinah. I'm going to make her my bride. Whoa, Dinah is anyone finer in the state of Carolina. If there is a new north, then bring her up shore to me. Dinah, Dinah Lee with the Dixie eyes blazing. How I love to sit gazing through the eyes of Dinah Lee. Every night, my little stuck shades of fright, because my dynamite going to change your mind about me. Now don't you ever go and change your mind about me, Dinah Lee, sweet Dinah. If you wandered off to faraway China, I would hop a steaming ocean going right a woo, just to be with Dinah Lee.
Did you come in after tonight? All the mockingbirds I'm singing, and the moon and the shining bright. We'll go down to the cornfield and we'll talk to the evening breeze. Hey, put on your Sunday good evening clothes and come along, please. Oh, Dinah Lee, dark baby Dinah. If you went to China, Dinah, if you went to China, I would hop a liner on the way to China just to find my Dinah Lee. Oh, Dinah, 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 oh, Miss Lee.
Thank you, King's men. That was great. How's the pot roast, Molly?
Oh, it's not bad, dearie. I think I could stand any kind of food as long as I didn't have to wash the dishes afterward. It's so nice to get out once in a while.
Partial dependence, cigarette tax, 18 cents a day, 365 times 18 cents. Reasonable depreciation on real estate.
Oh, look, McGee, there's Mr. Gildersleeve sitting over there.
Where? Oh, yeah. He's figuring his income tax on the tablecloth. Hey, Gildersleeve.
Oh, my goodness, look what I did.
Oh, sorry we startled you, Mr. Gildersleeve. Did you spill something on you?
Hello, Mr. McGee. Hello, McGee. No, but I just spilled ketchup all over my deductions. Oh, well, I was in the red anyway.
You eat here all the time, Gildy?
Oh, yes, indeed, McGee. I come here because they have pies just like my mother used to make. Oh, poor mother. She certainly baked terrible pies. In fact, she still does.
Well, then why don't you eat your pie over at her house?
I can't. She sells them all to Nick.
Well, thanks for the warning, Gildersleeve. Anything I hate, it's bum pastry.
Now, look here, McGee. You can't talk like that about my mother's cooking.
Well, all I said is what you says yourself.
Copycat?
I ain't either a copycat.
You are, too.
Oh, now stop
Well,
it.
knock that bowl of soup off my shoulder.
Stop it now. Finish your lunch, McGee. And do you eat in here all the time, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Oh, no. Just at mealtime. Am I hot tonight?
Don't be so fresh, Rocky. She was asking if you was a regular patron here.
Well, up to now I have been, McGee. But by George, I'm getting pretty tired of their stinginess.
Stinginess, Mr. Gildersleeve?
Yes. They only serve 2 slices of bread. Imagine that. 2 slices. I like bread. And 2 slices isn't enough. I've complained and complained, and they won't do a thing about it.
Pardon me, Mr. Gildersleeve.
Huh?
Mr. Populus has heard about your trouble with the bread, so he sent you this.
Oh, look at that, Molly. A whole loaf of bread, cut in 2.
Oh.
That's just what I've been talking about. Look at it. You see what I mean? 2 slices again. Where's that Populus? Let me talk to that field fella.
Well, McGee, I still wish we'd have gone to the Biltmore Grill. I imagine that's where Billy Mills took Mrs. Uppington. She's so uppity about everything. Why, she wouldn't think.
Hey, Molly, listen.
Oh, William, this is such fun, really. Isn't it just too quaint eating in a place with paper napkins? Just like a picnic.
Sure is, Bubbles. This joint gets more like a picnic grove every day. Even this spinach tastes like poison ivy.
But, Maestro, I liked it so much better than that little place you took me to last night. You know, the place built like a railroad car.
Oh, you mean Donovan's Diner? Say, that guy slaps together the best corned beef hash in town, Snooky.
Oh, really? I wasn't criticizing the food, my dear. Only I forgot I was not on a real railroad train, and when I opened the door to go back to the club car, I fell right into a garbage can. Oh, dear.
You hear that, McGee? And her telling us about what an exclusive place they were going to have lunch.
Oh, well, I guess she found out it's hard to tie a feed bag on over a high hat. You want any dessert, Molly?
Oh, no, thank you, McGee. I'm finished.
Me too. Hey, waiter, give me the treasurer's report.
Yes, sir. Here you are, sir. 2 lunches at 65 cents, $1.30. Cover charge, 10 cents each, $1.50.
Okay, Bud, Uh-oh.
What's the matter, McGee?
I left my money home on the dresser. Let me take a couple of bucks, Molly.
I haven't a dime with me, dearie.
Oh. Now, give me the check, Bud. I'll sign it.
Sorry, sir. Against the rules.
Huh?
You'll have to get it okayed by Mr. DePopoulos.
Huh? Oh, okay. Excuse me, Molly. I'll be right back. Hey, Nick. You know what I done? I left the house without any money. My recipe for a pork pie, Chef. First, you cut the pork into cubes, see? About an inch square. Then you rub your pan with garlic. Wait a minute. How are you doing, Molly?
Ah, dear. Mr. DePopoulos says we can go when I finish these 12 stacks of dishes, McGee.
Swell. Well, take your time, Molly. I'm in no hurry. What was I saying, Chef? Oh, yeah. Then you take about 2 pounds of breadcrumbs, mix
Fibber and Molly will be back in just a moment, which leaves me just time to remind you that in these bad weather days of March, your floors, furniture, and woodwork need the protection of genuine Johnson's wax. Floors that have been regularly Johnson waxed laugh at wet, muddy footprints. A damp cloth removes the dirt, and the rich beauty of the waxed floor remains intact. That's why we say, when you walk on wax, you save your floors. For the same reason, woodwork and furniture that is Johnson waxed is more beautiful, easier to keep clean, and guarded by the tough wax shield against scratches, dirt, and smudgy fingerprints. Have you examined recently a can or bottle of genuine Johnson's wax, either paste or liquid? You'll find listed right on the package more than 100 labor-saving uses for this famous wax polish. Read this list carefully. It will save you many hours of work throughout the year and add greatly to the beauty of your home.
Now, look, McGee. Next year, when Make a Pal of Your Wife week comes around, leave me know so I can buy a pair of rubber gloves. The idea of making your own wife wash dishes in a public restaurant.
Now, wait a minute, Molly. That ain't fair. How did I know Nick would be so dead ready?
Well, we shouldn't have gone there in the first place.
Huh?
Any restaurant that the government forces to serve bicarbonated soda with every businessman's lunch.
Hey, wait a minute. Why does the government do that?
Well, they're trying to relieve the distress of the small merchant.
Good night.
Good night, all.
This is Harlow Wilcox, speaking for the makers of Johnson's Wax and Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, inviting you all to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jack Benny Program.
Quality of product is essential to continuing success.
It takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette. And first, last, and always, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Remember,
year in,
year out.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts.
Season after season, at auction after auction, independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And fine tobacco means real deep down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike.
At 50, say, 59, American.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we take you back 15 minutes. Jack Benny is in his dressing room where Rochester is trimming his hair.
Just a little more off the sides, Rochester.
Yes, sir.
You know, Rochester, it may sound funny, but when I was a kid, I had the most beautiful head of thick golden curls.
You did?
Yeah. In fact, my mother was so proud of them, she gave a curl to every one of our relatives.
Well, you better write to them, boss. It's time to get them back.
Yeah. Hold it, Rochester. How much have you trimmed off the sides?
Almost a handful.
Good. Now sprinkle it around on top. Thanks. What are you laughing at?
This ain't no haircut. It's a landscaping job.
Well, it's a little trick I learned in agricultural school. Good old Bandini Tech. Yes, sir.
I better start shaving you now.
Raj, I thought you said you forgot my shaving cream.
I did, but this stuff will work fine.
Well, I don't know. Are you sure it's good for shaving?
Yeah, it says so on the box. Does everything.
I guess so. But I wish my face could have that oxidal sparkle, you know?
Now, hold still, boss, while I lather you up. Maybe you better open your shirt first.
Okay. There you are.
Say, boss, why do you wear that penny around your neck on a string?
It's for sentimental reasons, Rochester. This is the first penny I ever owned. You know that dollar I have framed up in my bedroom?
Uh-huh.
That's the first dollar I ever owned. You know that picture of my Maxwell that hangs in the den?
Uh-huh.
That's the first car I ever owned.
That's the first car anybody ever owned.
What?
That car scared more horses than the meat shortage.
No, I don't know. Now, hurry up and shave me, Rochester.
Okay. Hold still while I lather you up.
Rochester, you have to use that much.
Hold still, boss. There, that ought to be enough lather. Now, where's it? Come in.
Hiya, Roch. I was just passing by and I... Say, that looks wonderful.
Phil, stop trying to blow the foam off. It's me. And get your foot off my knee. It's not a brass rail. What a guy.
Okay, I'm sorry, Jackson.
What do you want, Phil?
Well, I'd like to ask you what number I should play on the program today. I've been rehearsing 2 of them all week.
What are they?
Well, one of them's Stardust.
What's the other one?
That's what I like about the sound.
You better play the first one, Phil. I don't think the public is ready for the second one. Go ahead, Rochester. Start shaving me.
Yes, sir.
Oh, say, Jackson, I want you and the rest of the gang to come over to the house tonight. I'm giving a little surprise party for Alice.
Surprise party? What's it for?
Well, I think it's her birthday.
Think?
Yeah, it's either today, March 12th, or June 29th.
Phil, for heaven's sake, you mean to tell me you don't know when Alice was born?
Look, Jackson, I'm her husband, not her mother.
All right, Phil, I'll be glad to come. Shall I have dinner first?
Well, of course not. I got everything all set. I prepared it myself.
Now, what are you having?
Well, there'll be martinis, Manhattans, old fashions, bourbon highballs, Scotch and
Phil. I mean, what kind of food are you serving?
What?
Food.
Well, how do you like that? I knew I forgot something.
Well, how in the world? Ouch! Rochester, you cut me.
It's about time you felt it. I did it a minute ago.
Well, why didn't you tell me?
I thought you were dead.
Don't be funny. Did you cut me bad?
It's nothing, boss. I just snipped the stem off your Adam's apple.
Clumsy thing. Now I have to buy a collar button. Phil, about the party, I'll be at your house at 8 o'clock. That'll give me enough time to buy a gift for Alice. I think I'll get her some candy.
Well, you gave her candy last year, and she never got to eat any of it.
She didn't?
Nah, she was carrying it upstairs, and the bag broke.
Gee, that's a shame. And those jawbreakers roll so. I'll have them put in a double bag this time.
Uh-oh.
What's the matter, Rochester?
Did I cut you again?
Can't you tell?
Well, it would help if you'd bleed a little.
Well, I'm not going to force myself just for you. Say, Phil, what are you giving Alice for her birthday?
Hey, Jackson, I got it right here in this little box. Let me show it to you. There. Ain't that a pretty?
Oh, Phil, what a beautiful gold locket. She'll love that.
Well, open it up, Jackson. There's a picture inside.
No, I'd rather not, Phil. Alice should be the first one to see it.
Well, we don't mind, Jackson. You're like one of the family. Go ahead. Open up the locket.
Well, all right. Oh, now, isn't that sweet? A picture of Petrillo. How thoughtful.
Yeah.
That's very nice. Phil, you can raise your head. I closed the locket. Here.
Look, Jackson, I better get out on the stage and get my musicians ready for the broadcast. I'll be seeing you, huh?
Yeah. Well, I guess I better get in the studio, too. Rochester, wait for me here in the dressing room.
Yes, sir.
And you can tune in the radio and listen to my program if you wish.
If I wish.
Yes.
Once I didn't listen to it, and you put me in solitary confinement.
Now, Rochester, you know I didn't compel you to stay in that room.
No, but you took away all my clothes, told me I was free as a bird, and pointed to Capistrano.
What?
I was shot down over Pismo Beach.
Stop being silly. I'll see you after the broadcast.
Okay.
Gee, that Rochester makes up the wildest things. But they're kind of funny. I wonder if he'd be good on the radio. Nah, he'd always be late for rehearsals. Gee, I hope we have a good show today.
Oh, Mr. Benny, excuse me.
Well, hello, Mr. Kitzel.
Pardon the intrusion, but last week you promised me a ticket for your broadcast.
Oh, yes, I have one right here in my pocket. Here you are.
Thank you.
You must like my program, eh, Mr. Kitzel?
Oh, it's one of my favorites. I like your program, Fibber, Magoo, and McGee. Take it or leave it.
Huh?
A date with Juliet.
Juliet?
And on Friday night, I'm listening to People Are Schnooks.
No. You mean people are funny.
With this ticket, I'll soon find out.
Oh, yes. Well, you better hurry in. I'll save you a seat in the first row. Laugh as hard as you can, will you?
My heart is broken, and it tells me I should laugh.
Your heart is broken? Why?
Because yesterday, my alma mater didn't win the football game.
Your alma mater?
Notre Dame.
Oh, did you go to Notre Dame?
Do you remember the Four Horsemen?
Yes.
I was the stable boy.
Well, you better hurry, Mr. Kitzel. It's time for the show.
Okay. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Hey, Jackson, we're all set.
Okay, Phil, let's go. America, Take It Away, played by Phil Harris and his orchestra. And that strange click-clack in the back was his boy shooting dice. And now, ladies... Thanks, Mary. I thought that was pretty clever myself. That strange click-clack in the back was...
I wasn't laughing at that.
What?
I was reading a letter from Mama.
Oh, a letter from your mother, eh? Well, what does the Hildegard of Plainfield have to say?
Oh, it's so funny, Jim.
I know. After her last letter, she had to join the Radio Writers Guild. Go ahead, let's hear it, Mary.
Okay. My darling daughter, Mary, I received your last note and was very glad to hear from you. As you know, last Tuesday was Election Day, so your father got up early, went to the polls, and voted for Hoover.
What?
He feels he owes it to him because since 1928, Hoover has been the top button on his underwear.
That's what I like about your father. He's so loyal. Go on, Mary.
Your sister Babe has become a career woman and now has a very novel job. She's a lifeguard at one of those new fountain pen companies.
A lifeguard at a pen company?
If anyone writes help underwater, she dives in and saves the pen.
What a girl.
Babe also received a lot of money from a picture studio in Hollywood. She sent a photograph of herself in her bathing suit, and they sent her a check for $5,000.
Your sister, Babe?
They said her legs gave them the idea for the spiral staircase.
I knew she could do it. Say, Mary, does Babe still go with that slap-happy prize fighter?
No, she couldn't stand it any longer.
Why? What happened?
Well, they'd be sitting in the living room, and every time the phone rang, he'd jump up, shake hands, and give her a right hook to the jaw.
Oh, well, then I don't blame her.
Well, Babe didn't mind getting hit, but she had to keep him training all the time.
Oh. Well, go on with the letter, Mary.
Okay. Last Saturday night, Pop and I went to a big formal affair. Aunt Edie's silver wedding.
Gee, has your Aunt Edie been married 25 years?
No, 25 times.
Oh.
Now, don't interrupt anymore, Jack.
Okay.
And Mary, speaking of Aunt Edie, do you remember little Harold, who was the ring bearer at Aunt Edie's first wedding? Well, that's the one she's married to now.
Well, what do you know?
Outside of that, Pop and I haven't done much. Although last week we went to the movies and saw Merle Oberon in a wonderful picture. Gosh, she's beautiful. Your father took one look at her, then looked at me, and when we got home, I realized what Babe went through with that prize fighter.
Gee.
Fortunately, my girdle broke, and I wedged him into a neutral corner.
Yeah. Some more, is there?
Oh, yes.
Go ahead. Hey, your mother's a riot. Go ahead.
By the way, Mary, I certainly envy you being out there in California. It was so cold here yesterday that Papa's teeth chattered all night. They made so much noise, he took them out of the glass and put them back in his mouth.
Mother's a card. What a family.
That's all for now. We'll write again next week. Your loving mother, Amber Livingston.
Hey, that's a nice letter, Mary.
Oh, wait a minute. Here's a P.S. I suppose Jack will start writing to us again now that airmail is down to 5 cents.
What does she mean, 5 cents? I can get Rochester to fly it there for nothing. That's a good one.
I don't see anything funny about that.
Neither do I, Jackson.
You don't?
No.
Rochester and his crazy jokes. Now, kids, come in.
Hello, everybody. What's cooking?
Oh, hello, Dennis. Dennis, you're a little bit late. Where were you?
Well, I'd have been here earlier, Jackson, but I stopped across the bar in a bar. You gotta live, Bub. You gotta live.
Stopped across a bar in a bar? That sounds like Chiswee sandwich, you know.
Oh, boy, am I dizzy.
Dennis, you mean to say they served you a drink?
No, they said I was too young, so they just spun me around on the stool.
Oh.
Hey, Livy, how about you and me painting the town?
Dennis!
What's eating you, Bub? You want to fight?
A fight?
Hey, Phil, how about an Alka-Seltzer?
You don't need one! Dennis, what's the matter with you? All they did was spin you around on a stool.
Yeah, but they held my head in one place.
You mean they...
I don't know whether I'm coming or Dennis.
Believe me, you're Dennis, and cut out all this nonsense.
Okay. He hates me because I'm head loose and fancy free.
Dennis, nobody hates you. Now, come on, let's have your song.
Okay.
That kid can find... Phil, where are you going?
I'll be back in a minute, Jackson. Hey, Dennis, what stool were you on?
Phil, come back here! Dennis is going to sing. Now, go ahead, kid.
Somewhere in the night there must be someone for me. Somewhere in the night, who knows where somewhere may be? Across the way, or maybe way beyond a distant star. I wish I knew just where and who you are. Somewhere in a dream I find her here by my side. Then when I awake, my dream drifts out with the tide. My lonely heart keeps saying to me, no, this doesn't seem right. There must be someone somewhere in the night. Somewhere in a dream I find her here by my side. Then when I awake, my dream drifts out with the tide. My lonely heart keeps saying to me, no, this doesn't seem right. There must be someone somewhere in the
That was Somewhere in the Night, sung by Dennis Day. And, Dennis, you sang that beautifully.
I wouldn't know. I'm loaded.
You're not loaded. And I don't want to hear any more talk like that. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. Now, sit down.
Yes, sir.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, for our feature attraction tonight, we're going to do a sketch entitled The Strange Loves of Martha Benny.
Whisper his age.
Married. Now, in this play...
Wait a minute, Jackson. Last week you announced that we were going to do The Killers.
Well, we were, but I'm going to postpone it until 2 weeks from tonight.
Why'd you do that, Jack?
Because Mark Hellinger, the producer of the picture, asked us to wait 2 weeks before we louse it up. And by that time, the picture will have played in more cities.
Well, what's this thing you're going to do tonight?
Well, actually, Mary, it's going to be a story based on my career as an entertainer. It opens with the actual incident of my first appearance on the stage in Washington, D.C. I'll never forget that night. See, my performance was so great that right in the middle of my act, one of my fans got so excited, he jumped right on the stage.
That was John Wilkes Booth. He was making his getaway.
Chesuise, chesuise. Now, in this play, ladies and gentlemen...
Jack, before we do the sketch, what about the commercial?
The commercial? Oh, yes. Go ahead, Don.
Okay. Ready, fellas?
Not with them, Don. The quartet is out.
But, Jack, you've got them signed for 3 more weeks.
I don't care if they're signed for 3 years. And another thing, They've got an option coming up, and I'm dropping it.
Okay, if that's the way you want it. Well, you fellas can take that offer you got from the Hollywood Bowl.
It's all right with me, just so they... Hollywood Bowl? They had an offer from the Bowl?
Yes, I hate to bring this up, Jack, but they were offered so much money that they...
Oh, yeah? Well, I've got them under contract. They can't break it. I know because I've already tried.
Well, all right, then. Will you listen to the commercial we prepared?
Well, all right. What's it going to be?
Our musical background will be Till the End of Time.
Oh, well, that might be good. Yeah, go ahead.
Ready, boys? LSMFT, LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Don.
Ty.
Don, that isn't it. That isn't what I want. Wait a minute, fellas. Don, just a minute, fellas. Wait. Don, look at me. Donzy boy, look at me. Don. No, look, Don, I'm being nice. Look, Don, I'm smiling. Don. Don, can't you see that isn't in keeping with the rest of the program? It's too slow, Donzy Poo. I mean, Don, it has no pep.
Well, Jack, if you want something lively, just listen to this.
What?
The William Tell Overture. Hit it, boys.
LSMFT, what a smoke for me. LSMFT, talk, it's free and easy on the draw.
Wait a minute. All right, fellas, get out. Out. You guys are driving me crazy. I'm going mad.
Oh, Jack, stop pulling your hair.
I'm only taking the ones that were sprinkled out. Now, come on, fellas. Get out. And it's for you, Don Wilson. You got me into this, and you better get me out.
Jack, don't get so excited.
Well, I am excited. I'm so mad I'm not even going to do the sketch tonight.
But, Jackson, you got to finish the show.
Let Don finish it. He's so smart. He knows everything. I'm getting out of here.
Hello, Mr. Benny. May I have your autograph?
Oh, shut up!
What'll you have, mister?
How much is a scotch and soda?
75 cents.
How much is a bourbon and Coke?
60 cents.
Well...
Come on, buddy. Come on. What'll you have?
Just spin me around a couple of times.
Okay, buddy. Here you go.
Now hold my head! Hey, bartender, one more spin and I'll go home.
Okay.
Whee! Once more.
Excuse me a minute. Now, will you gentlemen have the same as usual?
Well, look who's here, my old buddies, my pals. You know what, fellas? I've been mean to you. Yes, I have. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make it up to you. I'm going to pick up your option and give you more money.
Hey, bartender.
What?
Give these fellas a spin on me.
Ladies and gentlemen, saving bonds are vitally important in the nation's battle against price inflation and for the future and welfare of us all. It is important that we, who have developed habits of thrift during the war, continue to build financial security for ourselves and our children. Protect your future. Buy extra bonds now. Thank you.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here is my good friend, Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs.
Make no mistake. In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Mr. James Maynard Talley, independent tobacco warehouseman of Durham, North Carolina, has been in the tobacco business all his life. He said,
"Season after season, I've seen good tobacco bought by the makers of Lucky Strike. Yes, good tobacco, full of flavor, ripe and mild. I've smoked Luckies for 18 years.
Yes, year after year, independent tobacco experts, men who spend their lives buying, selling, and handling tobacco, men like Mr. Talley, can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco, and fine tobacco means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back with you next Sunday at this time when our guests will be Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman and Leo DeRocha. Good night, everybody.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The Jack Benny Program. Quality of product is essential to continuing success.
Let
that historic chant remind you that year in, year out, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. It takes fine tobacco to make a fine cigarette. And LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
In a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And season after season, at market after market, independent tobacco experts, auctioneers, buyers, and warehousemen can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. No doubt about it. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And fine tobacco means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you. So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed. So free and easy on the draw.
American.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we take you out to Jack Benny's house in Beverly Hills, where we find Jack and Rochester in the garage.
I can't understand why the car won't start. Try it again, Rochester.
Yes, sir.
Try it again, Rochester.
Okay.
Try it again, Rochester.
Wait till I put the door back on.
Okay.
Well, that's more like it.
Rochester, it didn't start.
No, but the door stayed on.
Oh, good. I can't understand what's wrong.
Maybe the motor's worn out.
Oh, no, that's impossible. The speedometer only says 8,000 miles.
Oh, come now, boss. We pushed it further than that.
Well, you better go in the house and call Mr. Harris and tell him to pick me up on his way to the studio, will you?
Oh, I did that before we came out to the garage.
Oh, then you knew there was something wrong with the... Rochester, did you use my car last night?
Well,
Rochester, I just found a bobby pin on the front seat.
A bobby pin?
Yeah. What are you laughing at?
There's only two of us here, and it ain't mine.
Well, it isn't mine either. Rochester, you used my car last night to take your girl out.
Uh-huh.
Well, how did it go?
Oh, very good. Hurry like a kitten.
That's funny, and today it won't even start.
Oh, you mean the car?
Yes, the car. How did it go?
Oh, fine, boss, fine. Until I lost a tire off the front wheel.
You lost a tire? Why didn't you come back home?
Well, the rim got caught in the trolley car tracks, and I had to go all the way to Pasadena before I could make a left turn.
Pasadena?
Yeah, and on the way back, we got stalled right in the middle of the Santa Claus Lane parade.
You and your girl, huh? What happened?
Nothing. We prefer Mulholland Drive.
Well, Roch, in the future, when you want to go out joyriding, borrow your friend's car. You know who I mean, Sam. He loaned it to you once before.
Oh, Sam ain't got that car anymore. He's got 2 motorcycles now.
Oh. Traded his car in, eh?
No, he's backed into a buzzsaw.
Oh, my goodness. Did Sam get hurt?
No, but if he hadn't leaned over to put down the window, he'd have been twins.
Well, look, Rochester, there's no use working with this any longer.
Okay, Jackson, I'm here.
Be right with you, Phil. So long, Rochester. I'll see you after the broadcast.
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry to take you out of your way, Phil, but I couldn't get my car started.
You know, Jackson, when you bought that car, it's too bad you didn't wait just one more year. They came out with a wonderful improvement.
Yeah? What was it?
The Pony Express.
All right. Come on, let's get to the studio. Say, this car really runs nice.
Well, you know me, Jackson. Nothing but the best for Harris.
Oh, boy, what a fancy dashboard. What are all those buttons for?
Well, that's a radio. I push this button and get Australia. I push this button and get London. This button, China. This button, France. And on up to 8 countries.
Gee, my radio, I've only got 3 buttons. Anaheim, Azusa, and Cucamonga. I can only get Anaheim when I'm in Azusa.
How do you get Cucamonga?
Short wave. They got a wonderful program from there, too. John's Other Smudge Pot. I never miss it, you know. Oh, boy. Phil, this is really a swell car. How much did it cost, Phil?
$3,500.
$3,500. Gee, I wish I had 2 shows. Hey, Phil, the traffic light is changing.
I see it.
Watch it, will you, kid?
Oh, Martha, look who's sitting in that car. Jack Benny. Well, isn't that a coincidence? 3 weeks ago we were standing here, and he drove by then, too. Yes. Isn't he handsome? Martha, what are you crying about? Well, I can't help it. When Mr. Benny was in vaudeville, he was my husband's favorite comedian. Well, that's nothing to cry about. I was thinking of my husband. He's been dead for 40 years. Oh, say, Martha, I've just noticed who's sitting next to Mr. Benny. Who? Look. Well, box back my coat and button my shoes if it isn't ham hocks and turnip greens. thrill. Let's go over to the car and ask them for their autograph.
Oh, no, Emily. They'll think we're trying to pick them up.
Oh, yeah.
Gee, those two old ladies are sweet. You know, Phil, I saw them at the football game yesterday. Oh, did you go, Jackson? There was such a mob out there. How'd you ever park your car?
Oh, I didn't take my car. It was such a nice day, I decided to swim. Fortunately, it was downstream, you know.
It's a pity to say goodnight played by the orchestra. Now, ladies and gentlemen...
Okay, Don, okay, we're here. I'm sorry we were late, but I couldn't get my car started, and then we got held up in traffic.
Well, that's all right, Jack. We filled in with a couple of orchestra numbers.
Good, Don. But who led the band?
Frankie.
Frankie? What does he know about music?
Are you kidding, Jackson? Frankie's a natural. He was born with a banjo on his knee.
He was?
Yeah, they had to operate on him before they could get his pants on. Keep that up and you'll be another Carmen Lombardo, Phil.
I'll settle for anybody. Now, Don, Mary is still in Palm Springs, so when we do our play tonight, we'll have to...
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Phil.
Hiya, kid.
Hello, Don.
Hello, Dennis.
Hello, Mary. I guess she's mad at me.
Dennis, she's not mad at you. Mary isn't here. She's in Palm Springs.
Oh.
Now, Don...
Well, if she isn't mad, why doesn't she call me up?
Well, she has no reason to call. Dennis, take my word for it. If Mary were here, she'd say hello to you.
Oh, yeah? Well, I wouldn't even answer her.
All right. Don't answer her. Now, Don...
Yes, Jack?
As you know, 2 weeks ago, we were going to do our version of The Killers, but we had to postpone it until tonight.
Who does she think she is, anyway?
Dennis, I told you Mary's in Palm Springs. Now, will you please forget it?
Okay.
Oh, say, Jack, before you tell me about the play tonight, do you mind if I talk to you about a very delicate subject?
Delicate subject? What is it, Don?
The quartet is here, ready to do the commercial.
Don, look, Don, I want to talk to you a minute. Not in anger. Look, kid. Look, Don, just a nice, friendly chat. Sit down, Don.
Well, there isn't any chair here.
Well, sit on the quartet. Go ahead. Get up, you're hurting them. Now, Don, let's get one thing straight. The quartet is through. Finished.
Listen, Jack, give them one more chance, and if you don't like what they've prepared for today, I'll never bother you again.
Don, look.
Come on, boys, Il Trovatore.
I don't want Il Trovatore.
LSMFT.
Don, Il Trovatore.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Don, Il Trovatore is not for...
Il son della prezzi, solenni connesse, e vivo che tardi, LSMFT.
Don, that doesn't fit. Look.
LSM, LSN, LSO, LSP.
Don.
QLS.
Don. Boys. Don. Fellas. Boys. Don. Look, Don, this doesn't...
Fine tobacco, yes, fine tobacco.
Don, look at that. It's no good, believe me.
Quality of product is essential. LSMFT. LSMFT.
Did you hear that applause, Jack? They were sensational.
Don, I don't care if they applaud all night. Opera has no place on this program.
All right, Jack, then listen to this.
Don, I've
Take
had
it, boys. Holiday for Strings.
Holiday for Don.
M-S-M-S-M-S-C-O-M-E-O-M-I-O-P-U-N-R-A-I-L-O-V-E-U. I do. R-S-E-P-D-Q, M-I-O-K for you.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Fellas, wait a minute.
R-S-E-P-D-Q.
Wait a minute! Don, I've had enough. I can't stand it any longer. Where's that contract? Here it is. There. That settles that.
Jack, I don't blame you if you feel that way about the quartet. That's the best thing to do. Tear up the contract.
Their contract, that was yours.
What?
Hey, Dennis, I guess that'll hold him for a while. That was For You, For Me, Forevermore, sung by Dennis Day. Very good, Dennis.
Hello, Mary.
What was that?
I'm giving her one more chance.
Oh, go sit down.
Okay.
Tonight, for our... Not on the quartet. Find a chair. I wish Mary was here and I was in Palm Springs. And now...
I wouldn't say hello to you either.
Oh, quiet. And now, ladies and gentlemen, tonight, as our featured attraction, we're going to do our version of Mark Hellinger's thrilling, exciting, universal international picture, the famous Hemingway story, The Killers.
This is the story of two gunmen who walk into a little lunchroom looking for a guy called the Swede. It's midnight, and the lunchroom is deserted, except for one lonely customer.
Well, I think I'll have a bite to eat and then go home.
Yeah, I wish I could close up and go home myself. This place is quieter than a coal mine. Kind of a dreary night, too.
Yeah. Say, Charlie, don't the Swede...
You won't know this joint. It's going to be real ritzy. New curtains and drapes and rugs on the floor. Nice new lampshades and everything. This lunchroom is going to be beautiful.
Well, it's about time. This joint looks like the sweat band out of the Brown Derby.
Well, don't worry. I'm going to fix everything. In fact, I've already hired the interior decorators. Say, Curly, hurry up and finish eating, will you? It's such a nasty night. I want to close up and go home.
I'll be through in a minute. How about a napkin?
Use the drapes. I'm getting new ones. Yes, sir. I can just see the way this place is going to...
What's the matter, Charlie?
Look out the window. Two guys just stepped off the curb and are crossing the street. I never seen them before.
Yeah. They look kind of tough. Hey, I'm getting out of here.
No, don't go. I don't want to be here alone. One of them guys, it looks like Edward G. Robinson. Hey, look. They're coming this way. Yeah. What'll it be, gentlemen? I say, what'll it be, gentlemen? Gentlemen, what'll it be?
What are you shaking for, Blue Eyes? It ain't cold in here.
I'm getting ready to close up, gentlemen, so if you want something to eat, you better order it.
Hey, Slugger.
What is it, Eddie?
Blue Eyes is in a hurry. Maybe we ought to slow him down.
Yeah, down.
Now, look, gentlemen, I don't want no trouble. What'll you have? You can have some ham and eggs or some corned beef hash or a mixed green salad. Ouch!
I don't like salad.
Now, look, mister, I want to close up this joint, so you better order or get out of here, because if you don't, I'll call the police.
Well, did you hear that, Slugger? Blue Eyes is going to call the police.
Yes, I am.
And one move out of you, and I'll fill you so full of holes you look like a Chiswee sandwich. That's Swiss cheese. Don't tell me how to get a laugh. What? It amuses Slugger.
Yes.
Now, see here, mister. I want to ask you a question. Would you fellas...
Now, look, Bright Boy, I ask the questions around here, see? You just answer them and do as I tell you, see? If not, you'll get hurt, see? Now, get me something to eat, see?
And be quick about it. Look.
Look.
Where?
Oh, shut up, Slugger.
Now, wait a minute. I don't have to stand for this. I'm a citizen. I pay my taxes. I got my rights, and you can't come in here and push me around.
Oh, we can't, huh?
No, you... Wait a minute. What are you reaching in your back pocket for?
Just my handkerchief.
Your handkerchief?
Yeah.
You must have a bad cold.
Yeah. I just took those shots for it. Oh, Eddie, you keep that up and you'll be another Phil Harris.
Now, look, will you fellas... Wait a minute. Now I know who you guys are. You're the killers. You're looking for the Swede.
You hear that, Slugger? Bright Boy thinks we're looking for the Swede.
Well, ain't we been looking for no Swede?
Now, Bright Boy, we ain't looking for no Swede. We came in here to talk to you.
Me?
Yeah, you. We heard you're going to get this dump redecorated.
Yes, I am, but What's that got to do with you?
Well, we want to know something.
What?
Who are you getting your chintz from?
Chintz?
Yeah. And the silk lining for your drapes.
I'm not going to have them lined.
Do you hear that? Now listen, bright boy. You're going to have drapes, and you're going to have them lined. You're getting them from us, see?
I can't get them from you. I'm buying all my curtains and drapes from Johnson and Company, right on the corner.
Johnson ain't there anymore.
You mean to say that... What's that?
Johnson, he just passed by.
Gee, rumors are flying, and so is Johnson.
Well, you guys can't frighten me. I'm buying my curtains, drapes, and chintz from anybody I like, see? And that gun in your hand ain't scaring me either, see? I don't even think you can shoot straight.
No, I can't, huh? See that row of plates up there?
Yeah?
Well, watch this. And the plate next to it. And the plate on the other side.
Ha ha! You missed!
I put a curve on that one.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'm not afraid of you now. You took 3 shots before and 3 shots now. You're out of bullets.
No, I ain't, bright boy. This is a never-sharp gun. It's got a 6-month supply of lead.
I should have known with that deep pocket clip. Hey, you know, the gun I have only shoots 6 times. Look. Here, I'll show you. See?
Hey, that's a pretty nice gun you got there.
You're darn right it is. Now, come on now. Up with your hands, both of you.
Oh, you want to shoot it out, huh? Well, take that.
Ha, ha, ha. You missed me twice. Now, you take this. Oh!
Oh, you got me, Slugger. You got me. I'm dying, Slugger. I knew the day would come. I knew I couldn't get away with it. Everything's getting dark. I can't see. I'm dying, Slugger. They finally got me. Me, Little Caesar. Goodbye, Slugger. I'm dying. I'm dying. Dying.
Well, fall down, you big ham.
Maybe this will help.
Oh!
Well, how do you like that? He fell on the quartet. Come on, Curly, let's go home.
Jack will be back in just a minute, but first, here is my good friend, Mr. L.A. Speed Riggs.
Common sense will tell you, in a cigarette, it's the tobacco that counts. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Mr. George Alfred Webster, independent tobacco warehouseman of Durham, North Carolina, has seen millions of pounds of tobacco bought and sold at auction, and he said,
At market after market, at auction after auction, I've seen the makers of Lucky Strike buy fine tobacco. Tobacco that makes one grand smoke. I've smoked Lucky's myself for 29 years.
Year in, year out, independent tobacco experts like Mr. Webster, men who spend their lives buying, selling, and handling tobacco, can see the makers of Lucky Strike consistently select and buy that fine, that light, that naturally mild tobacco.
Fine, light, naturally mild tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So remember...
LSMFT.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. And fine tobacco means real deep-down smoking enjoyment for you.
So smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Edward G. Robinson for appearing with us tonight through the courtesy of the Thalia Productions, producers of that soon-to-be-released picture, The Red House. We'll be with you next Sunday at the same time. Good night, Mary.
Good night, Mary.
Good night, Herman.
Herman?
I'm mad at Mary.
Oh, yes, I forgot. Good night.
The portrait on our show is called The Fortune.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Saturday Night Theater.
Terence Rattigan's comedy, While the Sun Shines, takes us back over 25 years to an embattled London, where a dozen allied nations mingled, and only the precious gift of laughter shed a ray of light on an otherwise somber scene. This production presents Ronald Lewis as Bobby, alias Ordinary Seaman the Earl of Harpenden, and the action is fought out in his chambers in Albany, that 18th century haven of ordered living not 1,000 miles from Piccadilly. While the Sun Shines.
Bless my soul.
What is it, Orton?
Your breakfast is ready, my lord.
So I thought. Why did you dart in and out like that, like a scared rabbit?
I beg your pardon, my lord.
Well, bring another tray, will you?
Very good, my lord. Will it be tea or coffee for the young person?
Young person? Now, Horton, you can't have forgotten I'm getting married tomorrow.
No, my lord.
Very well, then. Now, will you kindly go into that room, draw the curtains, take a look around, and then come out and tell me how sorry you are?
I hardly like to do that, my lord.
Go on.
Very good, my lord.
Young person, indeed.
I'm extremely sorry, my lord.
Thank you, Horton. The gentleman who is at the moment asleep in my bed is an American, therefore it had better be coffee.
Very good, my lord. Hello? Yes, my lady. Lady Elizabeth.
Thanks. Run along, Horton.
Very good, my lord.
Hello, darling. How are you? Have a good journey. Not the whole night. Well, couldn't you get a sleep, huh? Well, surely your father could have fixed it for you. Through the air ministry? Yes, but I consider coming up to marry me is work of national importance. How are you? Good. You didn't have any trouble about leave? When? Wednesday? Well, that gives us 6 days.
Oh, pardon me.
Good morning, Lieutenant.
Good morning.
No, darling, nobody you know. Well, not this morning, darling, because I've got an interview with the Admiralty. Let's meet for lunch. Perhaps you can connect me there. 12:30. All right. Where are you staying? Gray's? No. I had a very quiet evening in bed at 10. All right, don't believe it. It's true. See you at 12:30 then. Bye. Let me get you a dressing gown. Just a minute.
Where have I landed up, I wonder?
Here you are.
Oh, thanks. Pardon me, where am I?
You're in my chambers in Albany.
What are chambers?
Flat. Apartment.
What's Albany?
It's a sort of block of chambers, apartments, off Piccadilly.
If you'll pardon me again, who are you?
My name's Harpenden. How'd you do?
Oh, mine's Mulvaney. Glad to know you.
Do you mind if I start my breakfast? Yours is on the way.
No, go right ahead. Was that your bed I slept in?
Yes.
Have I been here since 10 last night?
What? No. You see, I didn't see any point in volunteering information to one's strictly brought-up fiancé that one spent half the night in the Jubilee Club.
The Jubilee Club? Now, that name seems to pull a plug. Was I there last night?
Well, you looked in.
And looked out?
Well, shall we say your exit was more involuntary than your entrance?
It's coming back to me. They gave me the bum's rush, didn't they?
Yeah, well, you could put it that way, I suppose. I didn't really see it. 1 minute you were there doing a parcel in the centre of the floor, and the next minute you were in the street.
What happens then?
Well, when I left the place about half an hour later, I tripped over you in the blackout.
Was I lying there unconscious all that time?
Semi-conscious.
Knocked out, huh?
I don't know. Passed out.
Say, listen, how could you tell the difference?
I'd rather not go into that at the moment.
Okay, only let me tell you, concussion can take some funny forms.
Yes, well, I doubt if concussion could take the form of breathing gin fumes in my face and calling me Dulcie.
Did I call you Dulcie?
Amongst other things.
How did I come to do that, I wonder?
Well, not knowing Dulcie, it's hard for me to say.
She's my girlfriend back home.
So I gather.
Well, go on. What happened then?
You wouldn't tell me where you lived. At least you gave your address as 856 Orinoco Avenue, Elizabeth City, Ohio.
Oh, yeah, that's where I live, all right.
Yes, but it didn't help the immediate problem of finding you a bed.
So you brought me here?
Yes, the porter and I carried you up and put you to bed.
Say, I hope I didn't disgrace you.
Oh, that's quite all right. The porters here have been used to putting people to bed for well over 100 years. Lord Byron had chambers in Albany.
Did he now? Gee. Yeah, it gives one quite a kick to have slept in a place Byron used to sleep in. Did he write any of his poetry here, do you think?
I expect so.
So we'll go no more a-roving, so late into the night, though the heart... how does it go on?
I'm afraid I don't know. I don't read Byron.
Though the heart be still as loving and the moon be still as bright. Imagine you're not reading Byron.
Imagine.
Oh, it's funny, you know.
Well, I don't see why it's funny. Quite a lot of people don't read Byron.
Yeah, but hell, you live here.
Here's Horton with your breakfast.
Oh, I don't think I could use it.
Not even a cup of coffee, sir? Oh, you better try and eat something. It's supposed to be good for concussion.
Okay, I'll try a cup of coffee. Thank you.
All right, Horton, you can clear my tray away now.
Very good, my lord.
You're in the Air Corps, aren't you?
That's right.
Pilot?
A bombardier.
Liberators?
Yeah, fort.
Will you be wearing your uniform, my lord?
Yes. My best one. I'm going to the Admiralty.
Say, are you a lord?
Yes.
You said your name was Harpenden.
That's right.
You mean you're Lord Harpenden?
The Earl of Harpenden, sir. Will that be all, my lord?
Yes, thanks, Horton.
Very good, my lord.
So, you're an earl.
Yes. I'm afraid so.
You're the first earl I ever saw.
Oh, they're quite common, really, you know.
It's funny. You seem quite an ordinary sort of guy.
I am quite an ordinary sort of guy.
Don't give me that. You're an earl. Oh, say, listen, what do I call you?
My friends usually call me Bobby.
Oh, I couldn't do that.
Why not?
Doesn't seem right.
Well, last night you called me Dulcie.
Gosh, so I did.
What's your Christian name?
Joe.
Right. It's Joe and Bobby from now on. Now, listen, I've got to go and dress. How long is your leave?
7 days.
Where are you staying, in London?
Well, nowhere yet. I only got here yesterday.
Well, you can stay here, if you like.
Oh, hell no. I couldn't do that.
Oh, that's all right. I won't be here after tomorrow. I'm getting married, you see, and we're spending our leave together in Oxford.
Oh, gee. Congratulations.
Thanks, Joe.
Well, what's that going to make her? I mean, what's the feminine of Earl?
Countess.
Oh, Countess. I knew a girl who became a Countess. She married an Italian.
Really?
She got herself a divorce, and now she's back in Elizabeth City, but she's still a Countess.
Yes, well, of course, Italian Countesses don't mean very much. I don't mean to be rude to your friend.
Oh, that's okay. Ellie's a good girl, but she's not one of nature's Countesses.
So much for Ellie. Well, now, it's settled, isn't it? You're going to stay here for your leave?
Well, it's darn kind of you, Bobby.
My man Horton will look after you.
Your man Horton. This slays me.
Oh, does it? Well, I must go and dress.
Oh, yeah, just a minute. Before I finally accept your very kind invitation, would it... it would be all right... Well, you know, a guy might feel kind of lonely at times, and...
Yes, that's all right. Horton's very discreet.
Oh, it's kind of a hypothetical question anyway. I don't know a darn soul in this town.
Oh, don't you? Well, we'll soon fix that. What's your type? Anything special?
Under 50.
I'm ringing up someone who's very good-looking, very amusing, and mad about America. Hello, extension 5651, please. Thanks. She works for the Air Ministry. Typist.
What?
Typist. Stenographer, you know.
Oh.
Hello, could I speak to Miss Crum, please? Lord Harpenden. I'll ask her out for a drink, and then you could invite her to dinner or something. Hello, Mabel. Bobby. How are you? Well, I told you before not to go out with pearls. Yes, I know they're pets, but that's not the point. Look, darling, what time is that horrible old Sir Archibald letting you off today? Well, what are you doing at the office if it's your day off? Oh, I see. What about coming around here for a drink? Albany? In about an hour? There's an American I want you to meet. Yes, a pet. He's a bombardier. He's got the most wonderful story about a raid they made on the other side. It'll thrill you to the marrow. All right, darling. I may be out. I've got an interview with the Admiralty. I don't suppose it'll take long. That's the girl. Yes, tomorrow. St. George's, Hanover Square. You're coming, aren't you? Yes, you did. You met her at the cocktail party about a year ago. Yes, that's right. Brown hair and grey eyes. Oh, darling, you are speaking as the woman I love. Yes, I do. Really, I do. Yes, of course I love you too, but in a different way. All right. There's you. She's coming round this morning. She's got the day off, so you can ask her to lunch.
Yeah, I haven't done a raid yet.
Oh, haven't you? Well, don't suppose you'll mind.
This is darn kind of you.
Oh, that's all right. Just look on it as a bit of reciprocal lease left.
Say, Bobby, can I use your phone?
Yes, of course.
Hello? Can I speak to Colonel Murphy, please? Lieutenant Mulvaney.
Was your breakfast to your liking, sir?
Oh, yes, thank you, Horton.
I'm glad of that, sir.
Hello, Spike? Say, listen, what happened to you guys last night? Yeah, I remember as far as that, but how come I got to a joint called the Jubilee Club, all by myself? Oh, what was she like? Okay, I'll tell you, but you won't believe me. I slept in the same bed with an Earl. No, stupid, an Earl. E-A-R-L, an Earl. Hell no, I wouldn't kid you, Spike. Because he says he's an Earl. Well, you gotta believe a guy when he says a thing like that. No, they don't wear crowns, only when they go to Westminster Abbey. I know that. Hey, you, Horton, where are you going with my uniform?
I was going to brush it, sir. If I may say so, it badly needs a good brushing.
Oh, righty-ho, old fellow.
Very good, sir.
That was his man, Horton. Doesn't it slay you? The Earl? Well, he's young. Younger than me. You can, too, be an Earl when you're young. Remember little Lord Fauntleroy? You're a disbelieving son of a place called the Albany. Sort of an old-fashioned apartment house, only the apartments are called chambers. Wise guy. Yeah, Lord Byron lived here. Lord Byron. No, he's dead, you ignorant sap. Don't you know anything except how to drive a B-17? This guy's called Harpenden, the Earl of Harpenden. Yeah. A cracking good sort. I'll see you tonight at the club. Okay, bye.
Excuse me, sir, did you want your buttons cleaned?
No thanks. We don't clean our buttons.
Very good, sir.
Don't go for a minute. Stay and talk.
Sir?
How long have you been the Earl's man?
I've been with his lordship all his life. Before that, I was with his father.
You're not the only man he's got, I suppose.
No, sir. We have 2 large country estates, and before the war, they needed a very big staff to keep them up.
What's happened to them now?
One is a hospital, and the other has been taken over by the Air Force.
Oh, that's tough.
Tough, sir?
Well, I've read a lot about how these English aristocrats are being ruined by the war.
Oh, no, sir. We are far from being ruined. Luckily, our money doesn't come from our estates, which were always run at a loss even before the war.
What does it come from, then?
Ground rents, In London, mostly.
Real estate, huh? That's pretty valuable, I guess.
Yes, sir. We must be worth all of £2 million, sir.
Holy smoke. $8 million.
Yes, sir. Probably a good deal more than that.
Gee. You know, it doesn't seem right to me that a guy should be worth all that money and not have to work for it.
It happens in your country, too, sir.
Yeah, I suppose it does. Still, we don't call them earls.
No, sir.
Oh, you mustn't mind me. I'm just a ignorant American.
I'm an American myself, sir. I was born in America and had an American father.
Is that so?
My mother went to New York before I was born. She was a housemaid with the Morgan family there. She married an American opera singer.
She did? Well, how come you're not at the Metropolitan yourself?
I fancy I inherited my mother's talent rather than my father's. Anyway, I understand he was not a very good opera singer. Well, now, sir, if you'll excuse me, I'd better be getting on with my work.
Oh, sure thing. I'm sorry to have kept you.
Not at all, sir. Very glad to have had a chat with a fellow citizen.
$8 million? What do you know?
Do I need a shave?
What? Gosh almighty.
What's the matter?
Your uniform.
Mm-hmm.
Bell-bottom pants and a little striped collar. Is that fancy dress, or are you just an ordinary seaman?
I'm just an ordinary seaman. Tell me, do I need a shave?
I guess it'll pass all right.
It's got to pass a lot of lynx-eyed old admirals. Last, I think I do need a shave.
Why don't you have a shave, then?
I've only got one saw-toothed old razor blade, and I can't get another.
Not even for $8 million?
Holden, bring my boots down, will you?
Say, what sort of a ship are you in?
Destroyer.
Seen any action?
Not much. We sink the odd submarine from time to time. We did have a bit of nonsense at Narvik once, a long time ago.
Yeah, that was a long time ago. How long have you been in this racket?
3 years.
Gosh, haven't made you an officer yet?
Not yet. They may this morning, though. That's what my interview at the Admiralty is about.
How come you haven't been up for an interview before?
I have been. 3 times. This is an annual ceremony.
And they turned you down each time?
Flat, my dear Lieutenant, as a pancake.
Well, how come, you being his lordship and all that?
His earlship and all that I may be, but as I'm reluctantly forced to conclude, I'm also an extremely incompetent sailor.
Your boots, my lord. If your lordship will sit down.
Thank you, Horton.
Well, for Pete's sake. Can't you put on your own boots?
Look, you better get dressed unless you want to receive Mabel Crumb in your negligee.
Oh, okay. Isn't it customary in the British Navy for a rating to stand up when an officer passes him?
I'm very sorry, sir.
So I should hope. All right. Carry on, my lord. Gee, wouldn't it slay you?
High-spirited young gentlemen, these Americans.
Yes, Horton, very. By the way, you've got to look after him after tomorrow. I'm lending him these chambers.
Is that wise, my lord? You have some very breakable things here, and I would...
Don't worry about that, Horton. He appreciates my things much better than I do.
Very good, my lord.
Good morning, Horton.
Good morning, my lady. Lady Elizabeth.
Good Lord. All right, Horton.
Hello, Bobby.
Hello, darling. I told you I've got to dash off to this interview in a second.
I'm sorry, Bobby. I simply had to fly in and wish you luck.
That's very sweet of you. I need it. Well, how are you, poor little thing? Did you have an awful journey?
Awful.
Didn't you sleep at all?
Not a wink.
Well, you look very well on it, I must say. Hello? Haven't you lost a stripe? You were a sergeant last time I saw you.
Yes, I know.
What's the trouble?
My CO's a cat.
So's my captain if it comes to that. Funny, we're neither of us awfully good at our jobs, are we?
Oh, I'm quite good at mine. I just have bad luck, that's all.
What did you do this time?
I lost the plans of the station defense.
Good Lord.
Well, we found them again all right. I'd only left them in the ladies.
Well, that's nothing at all. What bad luck.
You're a beast, but I love you.
Do you really?
Oh, I don't know about really.
You're not beginning to have doubt on our wedding eve.
Oh, no, Bobby. It's just that it's easier for you to know about these things than it is for me.
Oh, why, may I ask?
Well, I've practically never known any other man in my life except you, living up in that awful old northern fastness of ours. I've always loved you, though, especially since you've been a sailor, because you look so beautiful in that uniform with those lovely baggy trousers and that low neck.
Your view seems to be shared by their lordships of the Admiralty.
Now, you've known hundreds of girls, thousands, probably.
No, darling. Just hundreds.
So it's easier for you to judge.
Judge what?
whether you love me really or not.
I love you really.
More really than you love Mabel Crumb?
Well, who's Mabel Crumb?
Darling, you know very well who Mabel Crumb is. So do I. We hear things, you know, even up in Inverness.
I have simply no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, yes, you have. Darling, how could you? She's awful.
Well, how do you know?
Even Daddy knows her.
I don't see why the fact that she's an acquaintance of Colonel the Duke of Ayr and Stirling should necessarily damn this lady, whoever she is.
Well, you know what Daddy's like.
Darling, you shock me. Really you do.
Do you remember I met this Mabel Crumb at a party when you were on leave about a year ago? I pretended not to know anything about it then because we weren't even officially engaged. But I hear now you've been seeing her again.
Your gossip, my sweet, is as untrustworthy as your father's racing tips. I haven't seen Mabel Crumb for months and months.
Bobby.
What do you mean, Bobby?
I always know when you're lying. You give yourself away every time.
How?
I'm not going to tell you how. It's a little trick that's going to come in very useful after we're married. After we're married, I shall know the exact minute you start seeing Mabel Crumb again.
Elizabeth, I consider that a perfectly revolting thing to say. Have you no moral standards of any sort?
I don't know. I've never had a chance of finding out. I have a logical mind, and I can't see why, if you see Mabel Crumb before we're married, you shouldn't see her after we're married.
Shall I tell you why? A little bagatelle called the marriage vow.
Do you mean to keep that little bagatelle?
I do.
Yes, I can see you do. You're not lying now. All right, darling, I'm sorry. It's only because I don't know anything about men. I've only got Daddy to go by.
Yes, but for the sake of the future of the human race, I trust that is a misleading model.
He's coming round to see you this morning. On business, he says.
Oh, heavens, doesn't he ever do any work at the War Office?
Not much. I think they only gave him the job because the Army wanted to take over Dunglennon.
What is the job?
Liaison officer to the Pole.
Oh, does he speak Polish?
No, but he says he understands their point of view.
Well, I should have thought a little ready cash would be more acceptable.
Oh, he got that too. The bookies have got it by now. Which reminds me, darling, don't put any money into Zippy Snaps.
It's easy for you to sit there and say don't put any money into Zippy Snaps. Anyway, thank God, he'll miss me. I've got to go out.
Oh, Bobby, I've just remembered. Oh, how awful. I should have told you before. There's someone else coming round to see you this morning.
Oh, yes, darling, who's that?
Well, I hadn't only asked him to come round either.
What do you mean?
I told you I had to sit up all night in the train, didn't I? Well, we were 8 in the carriage, and next to me there was the most enchanting little free French lieutenant. Wasn't that funny?
Hilarious.
Well, anyway, we talked all night, in French mostly, so the others couldn't hear what we were saying.
For 10 hours? What about?
Oh, all sorts of things. Well, anyway, he was going up to London on leave, and the poor little man had no idea where he was going to stay. So I said that... What's the matter?
So you said he could stay here?
Yes, Bobby. I hope you don't mind, but I knew you wouldn't be using the flat after tomorrow, and I thought just for the one night you wouldn't mind him bunking in that bed with you.
Darling, there is already a vast American bombardier bunking in that bed with me. He's in there now dressing. I refuse point blank for you or for Free France to sleep 3 in a bed.
Oh, dear. Who is the American?
It's rather a long story to tell you now. You say that this is a little Frenchman?
Quite little. Of course, I only saw him sitting down.
Would he fit on the sofa, do you think?
Yes, I should think so.
Oh, all right. Well, you'd better stay here and explain the situation to him when he arrives. I've got to go. See you at lunch. Goodbye. Or perhaps, now I come to think of it, it would be better if I just left a message for him with Horton. I mean, I don't want to keep you...
That's all right. I like to stay here. I've got nothing to do all morning.
Oh, splendid. Darling, do you mind if I make a phone call?
But I thought you were in a hurry, darling.
Yes, but this is something I've just thought of that's got to be done. Official business for my captain. Hello, Air Ministry? Extension 5651, please. Hello, this is Lord Harpenden here. Could I possibly speak to the young lady I spoke to earlier this morning? I forget her name. Oh, yes, of course. How stupid of me. Terrible head for names. Hello, yes, this is Lord Harpenden. You may remember I spoke to you earlier on a certain matter. I see that you've taken no steps to expedite delivery. Yes, I'm glad of that. Well, the fact is that something has come up that renders the immediate project temporarily inoperative. Yes, that's exactly it. Exactly. I'll ring you later. Goodbye.
What have you got to do with the Air Ministry, darling?
Oh, we work a lot with the RAF, you know. Coastal Command, flying boats, cooperations, all the thing these days. Oh, Lord, I'm late. Goodbye, darling.
Bye.
Oh, gosh. Here's your Frenchman. You can entertain him.
Morning, Horton. Good morning, Your Grace.
Oh, no, it's not. It's Daddy.
At last.
His Grace. Oh, my boy, I caught you in. Good, how are you? Looking well, anyway. All that ozone unexpected, isn't it?
Yes, thank you. If you'll excuse me,
That's all right, my boy. I won't keep you a second. Just wanted a little chat on certain rather pressing matters, business, you know.
Daddy, Bobby's got an interview at the Admiralty, and if he doesn't start soon, he'll be late.
Was it? Oh, I mustn't be late for the Admiralty, my boy. That'll never do.
No, sir, I quite agree.
So I'll come straight to the point. I've just come from your solicitors. We've been looking over that marriage settlement. Well, now that's a very handsome document, I must say. Very handsome indeed. There's just one thing. Coming a little nearer home.
Do you mind, sir, if we discuss it some other time? If I'm late for this interview...
Quite so, my boy. This won't take a minute. I noticed that no provision whatever has been made for your wife's family.
That was agreed, sir.
Agreed by whom? Not by me.
No, sir. You weren't consulted by your daughter's solicitors. I had anyway agreed to make you an allowance.
Oh, quite so, my boy. Quite so. But these things are better on paper. On paper, my boy. Signed, sealed, and delivered.
I can't see why.
My dear fellow, these days we must face facts.
Bobby, the time, look.
Oh, Lord, I'm really going to be late. Please, sir, could we face them some other time?
I tell you what, I've got a car. I'll drive you around to the Admiralty and we can talk some more about it on the way. What do you say?
Thank you, sir. Only we must start now.
Yes, that's all right. By Joe, I nearly forgot the phone call I must make.
Daddy, please hurry.
That's all right, my dear. It'll only take a second.
But my interview's for 5:30.
Just a little tinkle, my boy. I won't keep you jiffy.
Don't worry, darling.
Yes. Hello? Is that McDougall and Steinbeck? This is Primrose Park speaking. Primrose Park. I want £50 each way. Was it? Oh, well, it's in the post. Yes, posted it myself. My dear sir, I can assure you. The old account? Oh, well, there was a little mistake over that. My servant forgot to post it. Yes, devilish stupid of him. My good man, I presume you know who I am? Oh, you do. Well, really, that's nice treatment, I must say. Very well, then. I shall remove my custom elsewhere. And a very good day to you, sir. Upon my word. Oh,
Daddy!
Damn lotting yahoos. McDougall and Steinbeck. Eh? Oh, give me the hall porter, please. Hello, Barker. This is the Duke of Ayr and Sterling. Will you put £half a crown each way on Bernadotte in the 3:30 for me? Yeah, that's right. Yes. When I see you. Oh, all right, my boy. We can go off now. Quite ready?
Yes, sir.
Hey, wait a minute. You can't go to the Admiralty looking like a scarecrow. Your collar's all crooked.
Oh, here, darling. You fix it.
There, darling. It looks sweet.
Lieutenant Colbert.
Oh, heaven help us.
Good morning.
Hello. How are you? Lovely to see you. Make yourself at home. I've got to go.
Hello. This is my father, Lieutenant Colbert.
Enchanté, monsieur. Enchanté.
Hurry up.
Il fait chaud aujourd'hui, n'est-ce pas?
Oui, monsieur, je l'ai remarqué moi-même.
Votre figure me semble familière. Vous connaissez Paris?
Oui, monsieur, je connais Paris.
Oh, for heaven's sake, sir.
All right, my boy, I'm coming. Well, we must meet again, monsieur. Vous devez venir avoir un morceau à manger avec moi à mon club.
Avec plaisir, mon colonel.
Oh, Captain, cool. Goodbye, my dear. I'll pick you up later. Now, my boy, come along. The point I had in mind about this settlement is that it's a form of insurance.
Sit down, won't you?
Thank you.
It's all right about using the flat, except that you will have to sleep on the sofa just for tonight.
Oh, that is very kind. Who was the sailor?
Oh, that was my fiancé, Bobby Harpenden.
Your fiancé?
You're surprised.
Well, you told me he was an earl. I had not expected to see him dressed in that manner.
You pictured him with a little coronet and an ermine cloak.
Oh, hardly, milady, but I imagined him a little older and with a big moustache and a hook nose. I don't know why.
Do you mind not calling me milady?
Oh, I beg your pardon. What must I call you then?
Well, later on last night, we were calling each other Elizabeth and Rennie.
Last night was last night.
And today's today. I don't see what difference it makes.
Milady, Elizabeth, I made one of two errors last night. Either I said to you too much, or I did not say enough.
Well, you didn't say too much.
Then I did not say enough. Elizabeth, do not marry this man.
Not marry Bobby? Why ever not?
I implore you, turn back before it is too late.
But I love him. Why should I?
You love him? Yes, you told me so last night, but you also told me what is the truth. You told me you had for him no passion, no white-hot burning of the heart.
Oh, dear, did I really say that?
So you did not employ those words, but that is nevertheless what you said. Oh, you love him, oh, yes, we will agree. So that one love one's brother or one's little puppy dog. But you are not in love with him, not in 1,000 years.
But I may be in love with him. It's just that I don't know, that's all. Anyway, ordinary, quiet, restful love is a much better basis for marriage than this white-hot burning passion of the heart, or whatever you call it.
Oh, no, Elizabeth, oh, no. That is why you make such a terrible mistake. I see it all so clearly. Two great English houses, the alliance planned from an age when you were both little children.
Oh, no, it's not like that at all. Both of us have always been perfectly free to choose.
That is what your families have allowed you to believe.
But even if I'm not in love with Bobby, and I don't admit that for a minute, mind you, but even if I'm not, at least he's in love with me.
Is he? And what about the woman? Crum.
Oh, dear. Did I tell you that?
Turn back, Elizabeth. Turn back, or you will ruin two lives.
But supposing I don't marry Bobby, what then? I'll go back to Inverness, and after the war I'll go on living in Dunglennon, and I'll never meet anybody again as nice or as good-looking or as, all right, as rich as Bobby, and I'll just be an old maid and sink into a decline.
You will not be an old maid, nor will you sink into a decline. It is not in your face. You are very beautiful. But that is nothing. You have in your eyes a joy, a desire, a voluptuous flame of life that will not be quenched.
Have I?
Wait, Elizabeth, wait, and one day you will find a lover worthy of those eyes.
How do you know I will?
I know it. That is all. You have only to wait. And I know too that you will not have to wait for very long.
I believe you're making love.
You have the right to believe that, indeed.
I'm going to tell Bobby every single thing you've said.
Very well. He will strike me with the right hook, and that is unfortunate, but...
I hope he does strike you with a right hook, and a left hook, too.
You see how angry I have made you? If what I said was not the truth, you would not then be angry. You would merely laugh.
I do laugh. I think everything you said is frightfully funny. I may not be laughing outside, but I am laughing inside like mad.
I will go. I repeat, turn back, Elizabeth, before it is too late. Leave this Earl who does not love you to his title and his riches and his crumbs.
Oh, go away.
Very well, Elizabeth.
Well. So, you finally showed up.
Hello.
I guess I better introduce myself. My name's Mulvaney, Lieutenant Mulvaney.
How do you do?
Oh, that's okay. You don't have to tell me who you are. Your pal, the Earl, told me all about you.
He told me about you, too.
Yeah, I know. Well. I'm telling you, that son of a gun didn't exaggerate one little bit. In fact, he didn't tell me the half of it.
Thank you very much.
Among other things, he said you had a soft spot for Americans.
Did he? Oh, well, of course I like Americans very much.
Strictly between ourselves, I got a soft spot, too, for babes who look like you.
Oh, that's splendid.
That's terrific. Say, listen, how about a little drink? I could use one myself.
So could I.
I wonder where the Earl keeps his liquor, if any.
Oh, in that cupboard over there.
Yeah. You'd know a thing like that, wouldn't you? Who better? Hot dog. There's some scotch.
Isn't there any sherry?
Sherry? You wouldn't fool me, would you, babe? You'll take scotch and like it.
Oh.
Here you are.
Oh, I couldn't possibly drink that. Would you mind,
boiling it for you? Okay.
It's much too strong.
Oh, go on. It won't hurt you. Here's to Anglo-American relations.
Anglo-American relations. Oh.
What's the matter?
Well, I'm not used to drinks as strong as that at this time of the morning.
Yeah, I know. Bobby didn't tell me you'd be in uniform. Suits you, though. Gosh, that blue brings out the color of your eyes.
Oh, do you think so?
I certainly do think so. That's one fine little pair of eyes you got yourself there, Sergeant. Are you, Sergeant?
No, Just a corporal.
Not for long, I'll bet. Say, aren't all the air marshals crazy about you?
They don't appear to be.
There must be a lot of blind old sourpusses. Now, if you were in the Army Air Corps,
What would happen?
you'd be a general.
I wish I were in the Army Air Corps.
You're not the only one who wishes that. Tell me, babe, what do you like most about Americans?
Well, I've met so awfully few working where I do. But if you're typical of them, then I've got to admit that...
Go ahead. Admit what?
Well, that they're a bit different from other men.
Different in a good way or a bad way?
In a good way.
Okay. So, let's have another drink.
Oh, no, please.
Now, listen, babe, you're not fooling anyone but yourself with this Pollyanna stuff. I want another drink, you want another drink, so we both have another little drink. It's good stuff, too. Pre-war by the smell of it. Here you are. Bottoms up this time, or as you say, no heel taps.
Oh, dear, I'd much rather not.
Now, listen, if you haven't finished that drink by the time I finish mine, I'll put you over my knee and spank the life out of you.
I believe you would, too.
You bet your sweet life I would. Now, here's to even closer Anglo-American relations.
Even closer Anglo-American relations. Oh, there.
That's the girl. Now then, should I tell you about that raid?
Oh, yes, do.
Well, there we were, upside down. Nothing on the clock. Enemy fighters swarming all around us.
Oh, how awful.
So, what did we do?
What?
Come a little closer, I'll tell you.
What did you do?
Well, we righted the ship, beat off the fighters, and returned to our base.
Riddled with holes.
Riddled with holes.
How wonderful.
No, I didn't mean a thing.
No, it was. It was wonderful. Did you get the congressional thing?
Come again?
The Congressional Medal of Honor.
Oh, that. No, they're thinking up something else for us, as a matter of fact.
Isn't that wonderful?
Oh, it's nothing. Hey, how do you work that radiogram? You should know.
Oh, yes, I do. I'll show you.
Come on, let's dance.
All right.
Gosh, baby, you're one of the loveliest things I ever saw in all my life. I'm not kidding.
You're rather lovely yourself.
Give me a kiss, honey.
No.
Oh, I suppose I better answer that. Hello? No, he's out. Who? Mabel, who? Oh, yeah, I'll tell him. What was that name again? Yeah, that's what it sounded like. Oh, holy smoke.
Oh, who was that?
No one at all.
Don't you want to go on dancing?
Well, as a matter of fact, I got a rush, you know, this minute, to see my colonel. I'm late. That's right. I'm sorry I kept you waiting. I hope you haven't been bored.
No, Daddy, I wasn't bored. Not bored at all. Not even the teeniest little bit bored. Good night, Daddy. I'm going to go to sleep.
God bless my soul. What an astonishing thing. Hello, Mabel, darling.
Oh.
Getting on well, I see.
Hello, Bobby.
Mm-hmm. That chair's a tight fit for two, isn't it? Well, I didn't think you'd be back till later. I'll turn this off. I'm sorry, Joe. I went on a pub crawl all by myself and got bored. All my friends are out of town.
Well, what about Freddie Dawson?
Oh, his leave's been cancelled. He went dashing back this afternoon.
Wasn't he going to be your best man?
Yes, he was. I knew it was a mistake to choose a commander. Joe, what about you deputizing for him?
Well, it's darn kind of you, Bobby, and I sure appreciate the compliment, but maybe I'd better not.
Oh, why not?
Well, I'm an American.
Just the thing. It's an excellent gesture towards closer Anglo-American relations.
Yeah, you're telling me. Oh, hell, Bobby, I just love to do it ordinarily, and I'm grateful to you for asking me, but count me out. There's a good guy.
Oh, all right. What about you, Mabel? I could dress you up as a sailor.
Oh, darling, I couldn't trust myself. I'd break down and cry and tear the bride's eyes out.
Oh, isn't she a nice girl, Joe? Don't you adore her?
Yeah, I sure do.
He doesn't. The fact is, he's fallen in love with a girl he met this morning.
Hey, that's not true. Whatever gave you that idea?
He won't stop talking about how lovely she was and how melting and soft and alluring. And then apparently he made an awful boo because he blushes scarlet whenever he thinks of it.
Hey, listen.
Oh? Who was she?
No one at all. I was making it all up.
It was a whack.
Tell us about it, Joe.
Oh, have a heart, will you? Something I'm trying to forget. Tell us about yourself. Oh, how did the interview go? I forgot to ask you when I phoned.
Uh-huh.
What went wrong?
I was a quarter of an hour late in the first place. My hair was too long and I hadn't shaved. I didn't know how many tuppenny halfpenny stamps I could buy for half a crown. In short, for the fourth time in this war, I proved conclusively to the Admiralty and to myself that I am not the officer type.
Oh, too bad. Tell me, did you see your fiancée today?
Only for a few seconds, at a hotel about drink time. I was supposed to meet her for lunch, but she rang up to say she had a headache and had gone to bed.
A headache, huh? Oh, well. You know what I think I'm going to do? I'm going bye-byes myself.
Oh, leave me alone with this man-eater on my wedding eve.
Man-eater nothing. If you want to see a real man-eater, you come to Elizabeth City and I'll show you one.
Dulcie?
Oh, hell no, not Dulcie. I meant Ellie.
Oh, Countess Ellie.
Dulcie's a good girl. I'm in love with Dulcie. I hope. Oh, gee, Miss Crumb, I must be going nuts. I forgot all about seeing you home.
That's all right, Lieutenant. I can easily see myself home.
Hell, you live outside London in a village called Kensington or something, don't you?
All right, Joe, don't worry. I'll see she gets home. You go to bed.
Oh, okay. Good night, folks.
Night. Did you have a good time tonight? What did you do?
Oh, we went to the theatre and had dinner afterwards. It was really awfully sweet. Very distrait, though. I think he really did have some rather shattering experience this morning.
Really?
Poor Pet was in such a state about it, whatever it was, that he wanted to go dashing off after dinner to the park or somewhere to think things out, he said.
Isn't that typically American, to go to the park to think things out?
He didn't want to come back here at all, until I said you'd be awfully offended with him if he just faded away without saying a word. Between you and me, I think we were both of us delighted to see you barge in.
I'm sorry about that. Why?
Well, because he doesn't like me so much, and because I love you so much.
Well, I bet you say that to all the sailors. Look, it wasn't only because I was bored that I came back early tonight. I wanted to see you.
Did you, darling?
Yes. First, I thought I'd write you. Then I thought that was a bit, you know. Then I thought I ought to tell you myself, although it isn't awfully easy. So, you see, we've always been good friends, and I'd hate anything. Oh, Lord, I wish I could come to the point.
You don't have to, darling. I know what the point is. After tonight, you don't want to see me anymore. That's it, isn't it?
You're an angel.
But, darling, don't be silly. I knew it perfectly well. Well, I don't see you very often. And when I read you were getting married, I thought, well, that's that. He'll just fade quietly away and I won't ever see him again. I didn't even expect a letter because anyway, you're not a very good letter writer, are you? I must say, I'm rather grateful you told me, though.
I didn't tell you. You told me.
You tried to, anyway. Can I get myself another drink?
Yes, of course.
What are you putting in my bag?
Nothing. Just your taxi fare home.
Let me look. Oh, a check for 2,000? Darling, you are a fool. The correct thing for me to do now, I suppose, is to tear it up, grind the pieces into the carpet with my heel, burst burst into tears and say you've insulted me.
Oh, I hope you don't.
I won't. That's the sort of insult I appreciate. Oh, those notes make me dizzy.
Now, don't spend it all at once.
No. I'll pay a quarter's rent in advance. I'll pay my dentist. He'll have a stroke, poor little man. I'll buy a new fur coat, pay for that gin, buy that sapphire brooch. Oh, yes, I'll pay for Brenda's operation. What's left can go into war savings. Darling, take that smirk off your face and don't make any of those nasty, dry comments. Will you believe me that there's never been any arrière-pensée?
Oh, darling, arrière-pensée.
Oh, arrière-pensée, then. There's never been any sort of things like that behind any of the little favors I may have done you in the past. My greed got the better of me just now. Otherwise, I would have torn up that check and made a scene. Do you believe me?
Yes, darling, I do.
Well, that's all, except... Well, goodbye. And thank you very much. Something in my eye again.
I'll kiss it well. Oh, Lord, now who on earth's that?
You don't suppose it's Elizabeth, do you?
Oh, she wouldn't come round here alone at this time of night.
Why ever not?
She's rather old-fashioned in these matters. Horton's in bed. Just in case of accidents, would you mind awfully going up to the kitchen for a moment?
Why the kitchen?
Well, it's the only other room available.
Oh, all right, darling.
Take your drink. Have you got cigarettes?
Uh-huh.
Good. Now, you go up the stairs and turn to the left. Not the right. That's where Horton sleeps.
Okay, darling.
Oh, all right. Just coming. Joe, come out of there. What's cooking? That's exactly it. You're to go up to the kitchen and keep Mabel Crumb company.
The kitchen? Why? What are we going to do up in the kitchen?
And you need me to brief you? Here, take a bottle of gin. Now, come on, up the stairs and turn to the left. That's it. Up you go. That's the idea. Oh, I'm very sorry, sir. I have no idea.
That's all right, it's most urgent. Listen. Are you feeling strong enough to stand a shock?
Yes, I think so, sir. Why?
I've just come from seeing Elizabeth. I was with her for over 4 hours, but she's adamant, I'm afraid adamant.
Adamant? About what?
My boy, brace yourself.
Yes, sir, I have braced myself.
She says she's not going to marry you.
Oh.
Did you hear what I said?
Yes, I heard what you said. Why isn't she going to marry me?
That's just it, I don't know.
Oh.
She talked a lot of gibberish about planned alliance and wrecking 2 lives and her not having any white-hot burning thingamajig about you or something.
What was that about white-hot burning thingamajig?
Well, I can't remember the words exactly. There was something about a voluptuous flame of something or other. I remember that, and then there was this white-hot poppycock, and then, well, to cut a long story short, she says she's not in love with you anymore.
Oh.
Don't keep on saying oh.
Well, there doesn't seem much else to say, except oh.
Good grief, man. If I were in your shoes, I'd put up such a shindy they'd hear me in Timbuktu.
I take it that in spite of the fact your daughter says she doesn't love me, you're still in favor of this match?
Of course I'm in favor of this match. It's a damn good match. I'm fond of you, my boy. You know that. I feel about you as I feel about my own son.
Oh, thank you, sir.
Well, what are you going to do about it, eh?
I'm going to have a drink.
Robert, I'm disappointed in you.
Anything for you?
Oh, whiskey and soda.
What on earth made her change her mind like this?
Well, I've been thinking it out, and it occurred to me that something that happened this morning might have some connection. Thanks. Good help.
Oh, what happened this morning?
Well, something devilish fishy. Deuced odd, whole thing. When I came back here to pick up Elizabeth, I found her in a state I can only describe as peculiar.
Peculiar? How peculiar?
Devilish peculiar. Between you and me, my boy, don't let it go any further. If it hadn't been Elizabeth, I'd have said she was sozzled.
Sozzled? Elizabeth?
Stinko profundo. She insisted on putting her feet up on the sofa and dropping off to sleep there and then.
Well, she had a headache. She told me so when she put me off for lunch.
Yes, later on she did have a headache. Not at the time, though. She was as gay as a bee when I found her. And her breath.
Sherry?
Whiskey.
But she hates whiskey.
My boy was unmistakable. You can't deceive me. I've had too much experience of it in our family.
Good Lord.
No, that's not the end of it.
Just before I came into the sitting room, while I was talking to Horton out in the hall, a young man came dashing past me and out through the front door going like the wind.
What did he look like?
Well, he was tall and dark, and he was in uniform. Well, no, not our uniform. As a matter of fact, I think he might have been one of those Americans who are wandering about all over London these days.
American? Then I know who it is.
You do? Right, my boy. Your duty's plain. You must get in touch with this scallywag.
I don't need to get in touch with him. I mean, he's here.
Here? Where?
In the kitchen.
In the kitchen? What's he doing in the kitchen?
I tremble to think.
Oh, good Lord, just don't stand there. Get him down from the kitchen.
Well, I'm not at all sure.
Well, if you won't, I will. Hey, you! Up in the kitchen. Whoever you are, leave whatever you're doing and come down at once. At once, do you understand? Yeah, that ought to fetch him.
What am I to say to him?
Well, leave it to me.
What's the matter? Did someone call?
I did.
Hello, Tippy, darling. How are you?
Oh, it's you, Mabs. Now, sir, I must ask you for an explanation.
By the way, this is Lieutenant Mulvaney, the Duke of Ayr and Stirling.
Holy mackerel, a duke.
I want a straight answer to a straight question. Have you or have you not been making love to my daughter?
Well, here's the way it is. You're, oh, by the way, what do I call you?
Never mind what you call me. Answer me question.
Say, Bobby, is the Duke of Ayr and, who's it, your father-in-law?
Yes, to be. Or rather, not to be.
Darling, what a lovely Hamlet you'd make.
Stop it, Mabs. You shouldn't be here at all.
Darling, go back in the kitchen. Do you mind?
Oh, right. If the lieutenant did make love to your daughter, you might ask her to get in touch with me sometime.
No, sir. Your answer.
Well, Duke, I guess the answer's yes. I did make love to your daughter.
Joe.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bobby. I should have told you, I guess, but I didn't have the nerve. You see, Duke, I thought your daughter was Mabel Crumb.
What?
Oh, Lord, of course. Yes, I see it all now. Joe, I forgive you for everything. But whatever it was you said to Elizabeth has had the effect of making her say she won't marry me.
It has? Well, can you beat that?
I may be very obtuse, but I must ask why this gentleman thought my daughter was Mabel Crumb.
Joe, run and see who that is. I'm out to everybody.
Oh, sure thing.
You may be satisfied with this fellow's explanation, but he seems devilish flimsy to me. Why on earth did he think my daughter's Mabel Crumb?
Oh, for heaven's sake, sir, he did. Isn't that enough for you?
No!
It's a little French guy. He says you promised him he could sleep here.
Oh, Lord. Where is he?
Right here in the hall.
Come in, won't you?
Merci, monsieur.
How are you? I'm so glad you came. Nice to see you. I wonder if you'd mind awfully going up to the kitchen for a moment.
The kitchen?
Yes, it's up the stairs and turn to the left. You can't miss it.
Yeah, it's quite comfortable up there. There are 2 armchairs and a bottle of gin.
Ah, de bouteille de gin, j'y vais tout de suite. Nous verrons tout à l'heure. See on about now.
Now, listen, Joe. You've got to put this right.
What do you want me to do, Bobby?
The best thing, I should think, would be to go round to see her at Gray's and explain the whole thing.
What's the good of that? He'd only start making love to her again.
Oh, no, he won't.
What makes you think I won't?
Joe.
I'm sorry, Bobby. It does seem one hell of a way to return your hospitality.
Oh, please, don't start apologizing. I couldn't bear it.
Oh, so you couldn't bear it? Why, good heavens, man, you're not going to let him snatch the girl you love from under your very nose.
How can I stop him?
Well, good Lord, at least you can... You can fight him, can't you? Knock him for 6 through that window.
He's too big. Besides, I like him.
Like him? What's that got to do with it?
Pardon, messieurs, mais...
Go away, monsieur. Allez-vous en.
Mademoiselle Crumb has told me that something has arisen in connection with Milady Elizabeth. Might I ask, is it that Milady has decided not to marry Milord Ampasden?
Yes, that's right.
Then if you are searching for the reason of her decision, I think I can give it to you. It is I alone who am responsible.
What?
This morning I advised the Lady Elizabeth not to marry this lord.
Now, wait a minute. Am I to understand that you made love to my daughter, too, this morning?
I cannot deny it, monsieur.
But why, monsieur? Pourquoi?
Because I love her. Well, what is more, if, as you say, your daughter has taken my advice, then it appears probable that she has returned my love.
I shall be obliged, gentlemen, if when in due course you have concluded your deliberations, you would inform me with how many members of the United Nations my daughter is to form an attachment. Personally, I'm going to the kitchen to have a gin with Mabel Crumb.
I suppose you will wish to knock me down, Miller.
You're certainly smaller than Joe, but at the moment I don't see what's to be gained by knocking you down either.
Considerable satisfaction. Come on, Bobby, let's you and me gang up on him and bounce him down the stairs. What do you say?
Sure, I see I'm facing 2 enemies. That is a surprise. I should have thought you, Monsieur l'Américain, would have been my ally, seeing that my confession has saved you from being falsely accused of stealing this your fiancée.
Falsely accused nothing. Elizabeth's leaving Bobby because of me.
I don't think so, Monsieur. She's leaving him because of me.
Listen, I made love to her.
So did I make love to her.
I said she was the loveliest thing I ever saw in all my life.
I too said she was very beautiful.
Yeah, but I made real love to her, see? I kissed her. Don't mind me.
At what hour did you take these liberties with Milord's fiancée?
What the hell does it matter? What hour?
It matters very much. Try, if you will, to remember, was it after 11 o'clock?
Not much after.
But after, nonetheless.
Yeah, I guess so.
What abominable luck, sacré nom d'une pipe. And these attentions of yours, she repaid them?
I'll say she did. Oh, I'm sorry, Bobby. Not at all. But before you go on, I think I ought to tell you, I hope you won't both be too angry with me. This morning I also made a little love to my fiancée, and at one moment I even went so far as to give her a kiss. I'm most terribly sorry. You must both try to be generous and forgive me.
At what hour was it you gave your fiancée a kiss, Milord?
Oh, yes, of course, that's very important, isn't it? It was, let me see, about 10 minutes to 11.
10 minutes to 11, that is all right, then. It was a few minutes after 11 that I advised her not to marry you and to await a lover more worthy of her.
Oh, yes, I see, yes. A lover more worthy of her.
Yes, Milord. I was naturally referring to myself and had too much delicacy to say so.
Ah, nuts. What right have you got to go running around saying those sort of things to guys' fiancés?
Huh.
Well, at least I had some sort of excuse for behaving as I did. He had none.
I had every excuse. Last night on the train from Inverness to London, I sat next to the most adorable young girl I had yet seen in England. She's merely a corporal, what? So naturally, I opened conversation.
You see the sort of guy this is, a railroad menace.
Not at all. When in Rome, I do as the Romans. And in English trains, I usually try to give the impression of having died in my seat. But this opportunity I could not let pass. I find my wife is not at all what I imagine. I find she is to marry the following day a young and immensely rich noble whom she patently, from 1,000 little hints she gives me, does not love, and who, it is equally patent, does not love her.
And why is that so patent?
I find he keeps a mistress.
I keep a mistress?
That young woman I have just met in the kitchen is not your mistress?
No. She's Mabel Crumb.
Oh, do not misunderstand me, Miller. I am not prodigious in these matters. A man can keep 100 mistresses and still maintain a happy and successful marriage. But when I hear that he keeps Mabel Crumb, naturally I say, then of course he cannot love Elizabeth as wholeheartedly, as devotedly, with the same white-hot, burning passion.
White-hot, burning thingamy, eh?
Miller.
She mentioned some such idiotic phrase to her father when she told him she wasn't going to marry me.
She did? Splendid. Then perhaps it is still possible she has returned my passion.
Listen, you little rat. The only way she'd return your passion is through the mail marked not wanted.
The situation is not held by impoliteness, monsieur. We are at an impasse. You maintain she loves you, I maintain she loves me. We must devise a scheme of finding out the truth.
I'll ask her. Here and now. Good for you, Bobby. Only, listen, let me talk to her, will you?
If he talks to her, then it is only fair that I talk to her, too.
Now, look, I'm a patient man. I have sat, mainly in silence, while you two gentlemen have gloatingly described in the fullest and most sordid details the vile attentions you have forced on the girl I love. May I remind you, however, that you are under my roof, and you're both very much mistaken if either of you imagines that you're going to have tuppence worth of verbal love play with my fiancée on my telephone.
But, Miller, since this evening she's no longer your fiancée.
We'll see about that. Hello? Grace? Lady Elizabeth Randall, please. Yes, darling. Bobby. No, please don't. All right, then. I promise not to argue. Just tell me why. Yes, but your father wasn't as explicit as I'd like, and... When will I get it? Tomorrow? Yes, but I want to know tonight. Darling, don't cry. I only want to know what's happened. Yes, what's the difference between loving someone and being in love with someone? All right, then tell me, is there someone else? What do you mean you don't know? Well, let me tell you, I do know.
Hey, give me that.
Go away, Joe. I know it's one of two men.
It's a fair play, Miller.
The fair play, my Fanny. Sorry, darling. All right, well, let me tell you, so that you'll be warned. One of them is a vicious French snake who goes about bothering young waifs in railway carriages, and the other is a lecherous American who mistook you for a trollop.
I insist on the fair play.
Hey, you little rat, give me that phone. Don't believe him, Elizabeth. I don't think you're a trollop. I love you.
Écoutez, Elizabeth, I'm not a vicious French snake. I love you passionately, devotedly, with a burning... She has rung off.
Huh? What did you expect?
Miller, I'm astonished with you. Was that what you learned on the playing fields of Eton?
I was at Harrow. Hey, Malvini, where do you think you're going?
Oh, I just thought I'd go out for a little stroll. I suppose your little stroll wouldn't take you anywhere near Elizabeth's hotel, would it? Oh, no, you're not leaving this flat tonight. Oh, look, Bobby, be reasonable, will you? I got to get to see Elizabeth tonight.
If he goes, then I go too.
And if you both go, I go with you.
Another impasse. There is only one solution.
What's that? The fair play?
Exactly, milord, the fair play. Each man to go on the hotel in turn.
Yeah, but who goes first?
Alphabetical order?
Oh, no, thank you, Mr. Colbert.
Then we must toss up a coin.
Hey, wait a minute. I don't think I agree to this.
If you don't agree to my suggestion, milord, then I should be painfully compelled to side with this large lieutenant against you, and you would not then stand much chance.
I got an idea. Do you guys play craps?
Once, a long time ago. I have forgotten.
Well, it's quite simple. Do you know how, Bobby? Yes, vaguely. You have to make 7 or something, don't you? Yeah, 7 or 11 wins straight off. 2 or 3 loses. But with anything else, say a 6 or an 8, you have to throw until you make that number again when you'd win. Or a 7 when you'd lose. You get the idea?
I think so, yes.
Okay, Bobby, I'll shoot you first. Now, take one and flip it. Flip it? Yeah, like that. Okay, mine. I shoot first. 8. Now I got to roll an 8 before a 7. Little later from Decatur, little later, sweet potato. Come up.
I trust you are all enjoying yourselves?
Yes, thank you, Monsieur le Duc.
May I ask what you're doing?
Shooting craps, Duke.
I gather you settled to your mutual satisfaction that unimportant little problem on which you were engaged when I left you?
Well, in a sense, this game is going to settle that. Come up, little 5 and 3. Come up, little 4 and 4.
Do you mean to tell me you're playing craps for my daughter?
We are playing to decide who proposes to her first.
This is monstrous. It's unheard of. It's 18th century.
Clear the floor, will you, Duke? You're spoiling my throw. There she is, 4 and 4. Okay, Frenchie, now it's you and me. Take one and flip.
Well, would you believe it?
Okay, that's your throw.
May I remind you, gentlemen, that it's my daughter you're dicing for?
9. Is that good?
Not very. Can win, though. Try and throw another. A 4 and a 5 or a 6 and a 3.
That won't be easy.
4.
8. That's nearer.
Nearer 7, too.
10, 6.
He has to throw a 9 before he throws a 7, isn't it?
That's it, Duke.
You know, poor old chicken heart, I've lost a fortune at this game in Miami.
He's not the only sucker who's done that, Duke.
I haven't played craps for years. Come up, little 4 and 2. Come up, Papa. There she is. There's my beauty. 6 it is. That makes you owe me, let me see now, £565 10 shillings. Do you agree?
If you say so, I can't add anyway.
Can't add, my boy. No wonder they won't give you a commission. You might get me another drink while you're about it.
All right, but don't shoot till I get back.
My dear boy, what do you think I am?
Malveni's not returned yet?
No. He's now been gone 3 hours and 50 minutes.
Possibly she will not see him at this time of the night, and he's still waiting in the hall of the hotel.
Not Joe. Here's your drink, sir.
Thank you, Robert. 565 10. Let's wipe out the 10 shillings, shall we?
No, sir. Thank you all the same.
Yeah, I feel devilish tired. Good Lord, look at the time, no wonder. What's this infernal Yankee Doodle mean by keeping my daughter out all night?
The question is not so much what does the infernal Yankee Doodle mean as what does your daughter mean?
I'm worried. Shouldn't take her 4 hours to send this fellow packing. It's all your fault, Robert. He should never have countenanced this diabolical scheme. I suppose he's taken her to one of those bottle party places like the Jubilee or somewhere.
My own guess is Hyde Park.
Hyde Park? At 4 o'clock in the morning? If you believe that, then why didn't you go to Hyde Park and look for him?
Hyde Park is a very big place. And anyway, it might be a Green Park.
Yes, or St. James's if he comes to that with all those mangy ducks. Well, there's nothing for it but to wait for this fellow to come back, I suppose. I'll go and lie down on your bed for a bit, I think, all right?
All right.
Unless you care for another roll.
No, sir. Thank you.
What about you, monsieur?
Pardon, monsieur?
Voulez-vous rouler avec moi un peu?
Comment?
It's all right. The Duke only wants to know if you'd like to throw dice with him.
I see. Oh, thank you, monsieur, but I never gamble, I'm afraid.
You don't, eh? I noticed a few hours ago you had no qualms about gambling for my daughter.
For such a stake, I would gamble all I had in the world.
And exactly how much, if I may ask, is that?
In money, about £20.
£20. Quite so, monsieur. I hardly think we need say any more.
May I ask you...
what?
To stop marching like a tiger in a cage. You make me nervous.
Good.
But why are you in such a state? You don't really love her?
I do love her, Dash, and I refuse to be treated like an old sock. Why should she hurl me into the dustbin just because some rollicking American makes a pass at her? Who does she think she is?
Now this is more the spirit.
The nerve of it, the night before our wedding. No thought for me at all. Just because she has her head filled with some idiotic blush-making sentimental slush by a ridiculous little French pickup.
Bravo, this is magnificent.
The utter insane selfishness of it. She knows quite well I had to go to my captain and beg him on my knees, on my knees, mind you, for special leave to get married. She knows quite well how difficult it is for me to get this leave because of that little trouble I had over my last 48. And there she is, gallivanting about the park with a great big beefy brute of a bombardier, while I, her true fiancé, am left alone to face disgrace and degradation, my social life ruined and my naval career blighted before it's begun.
Bravo! Bravo! It is a fine race. Well done, Milord Bobby.
What's all the noise about?
Oh, good Lord. What are you doing here, Mabel?
I don't know. I thought perhaps you could tell me.
Do you mean to say you've been up in the kitchen all this time?
I suppose I must have been. I've only just come to hear this extraordinary roaring coming from down here. Are you still rehearsing Hamlet, darling? Oh, my poor little back. I've slept in some funny places in my time, but never before in a kitchen armchair.
I was terribly sorry. I'm afraid I clean forgot about you up there. Do forgive me, won't you?
Oh, don't be silly, darling. You've had a lot to cope with tonight, haven't you?
Rather more than usual, I admit.
Poor lamb. Can I have a drink?
Yes, of course, I'll get it.
Is Elizabeth leaving you?
Looks like it.
For, Monsieur here?
No, mademoiselle, for Lieutenant Malveni.
Oh, that's one better, I suppose, but she still must be cuckoo.
Perhaps she's not thinking in terms of pounds, shillings, and pence, mademoiselle.
I never suggested she was. I meant she was cuckoo because the man she's turned down is 10 times more attractive than the man she's turned him down for.
Possibly you are prejudiced, mademoiselle.
I'm never prejudiced about men. Why, look at Bobby. What more could any girl want?
Oh, you just like sailors. That's your trouble. Here's your drink.
Ah, precious. Like sailors? Of course I do. Oh, I'll just finish this, then I'll start my long trek home.
How are you going to get to Kensington at this time of night? We'll never get a taxi for you now.
Oh, that's all right. I can walk.
No, of course you can't walk. I know. You can go in Horton's bed.
What about Horton?
He can go on the sofa.
What about myself?
Yes, well, there's nothing else for it. You'd better go in with me. It hardly looks as if Lieutenant Mulvaney is going to honor me with his company in my bed tonight.
I'm beginning to learn the meaning of the term gentleman.
Just a minute, Mabel. I'll get you something to sleep in.
Bobby's terribly upset, I suppose, about Elizabeth.
Surprisingly so, mademoiselle.
Why surprisingly? He's in love with the girl.
His grave, thank heavens, is in a repulsive-looking coma. There you are. Blue, to match your eyes. Mabel, my dear, will you marry me?
Why?
Because I love you very much.
Why else?
Because we get on well together, and I think you'd make me a very good wife.
Yes, darling. Why else?
Because if I don't marry someone this leave, I'm going to get into trouble with my captain.
Bobby, you are heaven. You don't really want to marry me. Can't you think of anyone else?
No, there isn't anyone else.
With $2 million and a title, you can afford the very best.
I don't want the very best. I want you. I mean, of course, if you'd rather not.
Bobby, my precious, you don't think any girl in her senses would turn you down, do you?
One girl has.
She's not in her senses. I am. Still, before I definitely commit you, hadn't you better think hard and see if there really isn't someone you'd rather marry than me?
All right. No, there's only Lucy Scott, and she's taller than I am.
She's an awfully nice girl, though.
Yes, but I don't think I like her awfully.
Well, of course, if you don't like her awfully...
No, there really is only you. Do marry me.
If I say yes, you won't try and back out, will you?
No, of course not.
Whatever happens?
Whatever happens.
Promise?
Promise.
I don't want to be made what I believe is called the laughingstock of London. All right, Bobby, darling. I'll marry you.
Thanks. Awfully.
Permit me to congratulate you both.
Were you there all the time? I ought to send you up to the kitchen.
I'm glad you did not. I have never before attended at an English proposal. I would not have missed it for the world.
Tell me, darling, is he being rude?
Yes, of course he is. But let me tell you, Monsieur What's-Your-Name, I've been proposed to by hundreds of Frenchmen in my time, as well as all sorts of Poles, Czechs, Norwegians, and the rest. And I'd far rather have an honest, straightforward English proposal like Bobby's than all that hand-kissing and arm-stroking and, oh, but Mademoiselle is so intoxicating stuff that you people hand out. So now you know.
In theory, you should work out very well.
And in practice?
My dear friend, you have my very, very deepest, best wishes.
Oh. Well, anyway, they can't put me in irons now, can they? I'll just nip upstairs and turf Horton out of bed.
Les Anglais sont tout à fait fous. Tout à fait. Hello, Grèce Hotel. Has Lady Elizabeth Randall come in yet? Not yet. No message.
Come along in, Joe.
Ah, so you are back, yes?
Well, Frenchie, how you been?
Very well, thank you. And you?
Oh, we've had a wonderful time, haven't we, Liz?
Wonderful, Joe.
You have been in Hyde Park?
Sure. How'd you guess?
The most heavenly night. There's a glorious full moon.
Look, buddy, do you mind fading away for a second? I got a couple of things I still want to say to Liz.
Very well.
Well, Liz?
Well, Joe?
I guess this is where we say it.
I guess it is.
You're sure this is the way you want it?
Yes, Joe. And so are you.
I don't know so much about that.
Dulcie to you.
She's a good girl, Liz. Maybe one of these days I'll tell her about you.
I should be careful about that. You wouldn't want to spoil Anglo-American relations now, would you?
She'd understand. So, this is where we say it.
This is where we say it. Goodbye, Joe.
Goodbye, Liz. Come here.
No, Joe.
Oh, come on, Liz. You can't say goodbye forever to a guy standing 50 feet away from him.
Have you forgotten I'm getting married today?
What about yesterday morning, then?
Well, that was different. You thought I was a trollop.
What did you think I was?
One day I'll write and tell you. Now I'll just say goodbye.
Oh, I'm most terribly sorry to interrupt, but the Duke is anxious to talk to you, mon lieutenant. He is in the bedroom.
Oh, okay. Don't they ever knock on doors in France? Hello there, Duke.
Is Daddy still here? Well, I'd better see him too.
No, wait an instant, milady. I must say it. I shall say it. You are making a hideous, terrible mistake.
What?
Turn back while there is still time. Turn back before you ruin yet two more lives.
Oh, go away, you silly little man.
Silly little man I may be to you now, milady, but the day will dawn when you will see me in a different light. Well, what is this American to you? Nothing. No more than a single evening of voluptuousness.
Oh, is that all he is?
Don't pay any attention to him, Joe. Oh, hello, Daddy.
I say this is capital news. Capital, so you come to your senses at last, have you, my dear? I never doubted it. I know you too well, headstrong, like to kick over the traces once in a while. But no harm done, just like your mother. There never was any truth in that Charlie Babington story. It's Robert. Robert, my boy, let me be the very first to congratulate you.
So thank you, sir.
You're a sly dog, Robert, I must say. How'd you pull it off, eh? That's what I want to know.
Well, it wasn't awfully difficult.
Just a minute, Daddy. I don't think Bobby can possibly know what you're talking about. Well, Joe, you tell him, will you?
Okay. Bobby, Elizabeth has turned me down flat because she says she's now quite sure she's in love with you. Oh.
Darling, is that all you're going to say? Just
Don't worry, old girl. That's all he ever says, whatever you tell him. Isn't that so, Robert, my boy?
Yes, yes, sir.
Go on, Robert, you old stick. Just go ahead and tell her how happy you...
Darling, can you lend me a hand, please? Oh, don't tell me. I know. Back to the kitchen. That was Miss Crumb, wasn't it?
Yes, dear. Little Mabs Crumb. A very decent sort.
In pyjamas, too.
No, you mustn't get hold of the wrong end of the stick, old girl. As a matter of fact, Mabs has been popping in and out all evening, hasn't she, boy?
Yes, monsieur.
Certainly has, Duke.
Oh.
Oh, now, don't you start saying, oh, now, look here, old girl. Mabs is a sweet little child, and we're all very fond of her, but she means nothing in the world to Robert. Does she, my boy?
Yes, sir. Or rather, no, sir. I mean...
Well, go on, out with it. Does she or does she not?
Well, you see, the fact is, I've just asked her to marry me.
You what?
It is true, monsieur. I heard him. I even, I'm afraid, encouraged the match.
Will you kindly keep out of this, you interfering little jackanapes?
Qu'est-ce que c'est, jackanapes?
Qu'est-ce que c'est, Jacques? Don't tell him, someone.
Imbecile.
You're an interfering little imbecile. Allez-vous-en. Retournez au kitchen.
Imbecile? Par exemple.
Now, Robert, what's this all about? Must be out of your mind. You say you've asked Mabs Crumb to marry you?
Yes, sir.
But in heaven's name, what?
Well, I thought it was rather a good idea.
A good idea to marry
Oh,
that
Daddy, there's no point in going on like this. Take me home, please.
In a minute.
No. You had a perfect right to do what you like, I suppose, Bobby. After all, I did turn you down.
Elizabeth,
Come on, Daddy.
All right, my dear. I'm sure I don't want to stay another minute in the house of a raving madman. Come along.
I didn't make love to her, you know.
Oh? Didn't you? Why not?
She wouldn't let me. Congratulations on getting yourself engaged again.
Thank you. I'm going to murder that wretched little Colbert.
You and me both, brother. Here he is.
Tiens, I see I'm faced by the Anglo-Saxon bloc again.
Well, it has been a full night.
I think, Milord Bobby, I shall avail myself of your kind invitation and stake out a claim on your bed.
Is he sleeping in our bed?
Yes, he is. Come on, Joe.
After you, monsieur.
Mais que voulez-vous?
You'll see.
Eh bien, vive la France.
Morning, Alton. Good morning, Your Grace. Hey, my taxi, will you? I have no change. Very good, Your Grace. Nobody awake? All three young gentlemen were asleep when I went in just now. I shook the shoulder nearest the wall, which I took to be his lordship's, but which proved to belong to the American gentleman. He told me to scram, which I understood to mean that they all passed a restless night, did not wish to be disturbed, and required no breakfast. You heard the news, I suppose, Horton? About his lordship's engagement to Miss Crumb. Yes, Your Grace, he told me last night. I did attempt to indicate my disapproval with one of my looks, but for once he seemed quite unshaken. Oh, here is Miss Crumb now. I'll go and pay that taxi.
Hello, Tibby. Was you at the door, was it?
Yes, Babs. Good morning. I came round specially to see you.
Did you, Tibby? How sweet of you.
No, it's not sweet of me at all. I want to talk to you seriously on a most urgent matter.
All right, then. Fire away.
Cigarette?
Thanks. Go on, Tibby. Don't keep your interest, Ben.
Well, I hardly know how to begin. Mabs, have you ever heard of Zippy Snaps?
Yes, of course, Tibby. Don't you remember you showed me one once? It didn't work.
Didn't it? Astonishing thing. 40 zipper, I suppose. Anyway, it's a wonderful invention, my dear. It'll revolutionize women's dress. None of this tiresome zipping and unzipping. Just snip, snap, there you are, ready to go out. Oh, by the way, before we go any further, let me be the first to congratulate you on your engagement to young Robert. He's a blithering young idiot, of course, in many ways, but that's beside the point. Anyway, my dear, I hope you'll both be very happy. Now, returning to Zippy Snaps.
Tibby, I've no money at all.
I am, my dear. It's not your money that we want, it's you.
Me?
Exactly. Zippy Snaps will, as we develop, cater mainly for the feminine section. I, as chairman of the board of directors, have always maintained that what the board needs is new blood, and if possible, feminine blood.
You want me on the board of directors?
We do, my dear. You're exactly the sort of director, or directress, rather, that we require. A smart, young, enterprising girl with a very well-developed business sense.
Yes. and the fact that I'm the future Countess of Harpenden has nothing to do with it, I suppose.
Well, of course, it's no good trying to hoodwink you, I can say. Well, that is, I admit, a consideration. A title, and that title especially, will look very well on the prospectus.
Supposing I wasn't going to marry Bobby, would you still want me?
Well, of course, my dear, of course. I've told you it's your talent and business acumen we want. Oh, but you are going to marry Bobby, aren't you?
Well, he's asked me to, and I've said yes.
Capital. Well, then, the whole thing's fixed. I rang up my fellow director this morning, and he agreed with the project entirely. The board, in fact, is unanimous. Well, what do you say?
All right, Tibby.
We'll get the whole thing signed, sealed, and delivered, and then we'll surprise young Robert with it. My word, won't he be proud of his little Mads when he finds out what's happened to her? Let me see. Is there a typewriter here?
I don't think so. Why?
I thought I'd just type out a couple of letters, perfectly legal. One from me to you, and the other from you to me. Then we can each sign them, and the thing's done. Horton? Horton?
By the way, Tibby, who's your fellow director?
Lord Finchingfield.
What? Not poor old Finchy. Is he out again now?
Well,
yes, Your Grace.
Oh, Horton, does his lordship keep a typewriter in his chambers?
No, Your Grace, but I do.
Oh, where is it?
Up in the kitchen, Your Grace.
Lead me to it then, Horton. Now, don't go away now, Mads. I'll be back in the jiffy.
Okay. All right, Horton. I'll answer it. Good morning, Lady Elizabeth. Good morning. Come in. I thought it was you. Couldn't you get here any sooner? I came as quickly as I could. I had to finish my packing. I'm glad you did come anyway. You were so rude to me on the phone, I thought you wouldn't. Won't you sit down? Thank you. Do you mind saying what you have to say fairly quickly, as I have to catch a train at 10:45? I won't keep you more than 5 minutes. Bobby told you he'd asked me to marry him, didn't he? Yes, he did. Did he tell you that I'd accepted him? No, but then he hardly needed to tell me that. Well, I did accept him anyway. And do you know why? I think I can guess. I doubt very much if you can. Because I'm very fond of him, and because I thought I'd make him a good wife. Really? He needs someone to take care of him, and I thought I'd be able to do that very well. I agree that you've never seemed to find much trouble in taking care of yourself. Yes. Unlike you, I had to, you see. You've managed very well. Thank you. I haven't done too badly for myself, I must say. To be the Countess of Harpenden is quite an achievement. Yes, it would have been, I suppose. Why? It would have been. Oh, because I'm not going to go through with it. That's what I wanted to tell you. Are you serious? Perfectly. I told you I was very fond of him, didn't I? That's why I can't marry him. Does that make sense? No, it doesn't. It does really, if you think it out. Look, Ducky. Oh, sorry, Lady Elizabeth. You can't imagine anyone behaving as badly from your standards as I do without, well, financial considerations being involved, can you? Well, it's not like that with me. I simply like men. Oh. Now, last night up in the kitchen, I told Bobby that if I married him, I'd stay faithful to him, and I meant it. But this morning, in the cold, clear light of dawn, I just knew I couldn't go through with it. I must say I'm surprised. My dear, I'm amazed. But there it is. I'm throwing your back in your face. Do you still want him? I don't know. He still wants you. Is Bobby in there? All the allies are in there. Do you think you could get him out without waking the others? I'll try, but it won't be easy. Oh, by the way, if you're getting married this morning, it's very unlucky to see him. Married this morning? Or have you put all the guests off? Oh, no, we didn't have time. They're going to make an announcement. Well, that's fine. If you hurry, you can still make it. It's a pity to disappoint all the guests. Oh, yes, but, I don't know. Well, anyway, I must see him. All right, then. Auntie Mabel will fix it. Now, you stand up there against the wall so you can't be seen. And I'll do the rest. Wake up, Bobby. Put on your dressing gown and come out. I've got a surprise for you.
Oh, all right.
There's a good boy. And you're to keep your eyes tight shut and not open until I tell you, or it'll spoil it.
All right, all right. But why have I got to keep my eyes closed? What is this?
Darling, I'm not going to marry you.
Aren't you?
No, keep them shut.
Aren't you, Mabel? Why?
Well, there really isn't time to go into that just now.
Do you really mean you're turning me down?
Flat.
Oh. I'm very upset.
That remark would have more conviction if you could get rid of that joyous trill in your voice. Bobby, how much do you love Elizabeth?
Very much.
That's what I thought. Well, keep your eyes shut and don't open them until you hear the door shut. And don't look round when you do. For the very last time in my life, I'm going up to your kitchen. Bobby,
Yes? Elizabeth?
you knew I was here?
I've guessed it.
Is that why you said you loved me very much?
No, that's the truth.
Do you know why we mustn't look at each other this morning?
I guessed that too.
Do you still want to marry me, darling?
More than anything on earth.
In spite of everything that's happened?
If you still want to marry me, that's good enough.
I do still want to marry you much more than ever before.
In spite of having no white-hot burning thingamy for me?
White-hot burning thingamy is a mistake. It may be all right for some people, but not for me.
I think I ought to warn you that I'm a doomed man.
Doomed, darling? To what?
Extinction, I think.
I don't mind, provided we both get extinguished together.
That's by far the nicest thing you've ever said to me.
I can think of a nicer thing I might say. It's true, too.
What's that?
I'm in love with you, Bobby.
Yes. That is even nicer.
Oh, don't look round. I'll see you in 5 minutes' time. In church. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Gosh. Hey, you two, wake up. Help me, Grace. I'm getting married. Horton, bring my boots down, iron my collar, and step on it, for heaven's sake.
Hey, what's all the noise about?
What has happened? I'm getting married.
Yeah, I know.
You don't know. You can't possibly know.
I've had no time to iron your collar, my lord. Is it very urgent?
Of course it's very urgent. I'm getting married in 5 minutes. Hell, 3 minutes. Out of my way, you two. Got to get dressed.
Who is his lordship marrying in 3 minutes?
Search me.
Oh, confound this jersey. Does one get married in a gas mask?
Depends on who you're marrying.
Oh, idiot. I mean, does one carry a gas mask, full dress and all that? Do you know, Horton?
I fancy not, my lord. I'm not sure if the rule applies to ratings, of course, but my brother, who is a lieutenant commander, did not carry his at his wedding.
Oh, all right, Horton. Jump to it, man, for heaven's sake.
Hey, wait a minute. He wants to know who you're marrying, and so do we.
Didn't I tell you? Elizabeth?
I'm most relieved, my lord. You'll be leaving for Oxford after the wedding?
Yes, Horton.
Very good, my lord.
Gee, Bobby, I don't know what to say.
I'll take it as said. Thanks, Joe.
I, on the other hand, do know what to say. England has once again muddled so.
I say, Horton. Just a moment, Your Grace. We're very busy.
Oh, gosh, is that old poop here? Quick, into the bedroom, both of you. If you're coming to the wedding, you've got to get dressed.
What the devil's going on?
Hello, sir. See you in church.
See me in church? Now, what the dickens did he mean by that?
I've no idea, Kitty.
See me in church? Has the boy gone off his rocker?
Yes, Ducky, I expect so.
Oh, well, here are the papers.
Where do I sign?
The bottom, here.
Mabel Crump.
Oh, Horton. Oh, excuse me, Your Grace, please. What on earth's the matter with Horton?
Oh, darling, I don't know. Sign that nice letter.
Oh, yes, of course. Let's see.
Pardon me, Duke. What? Hey, Bobby, which drawer's that ring in?
Right-hand top.
Okay, I got it. Thanks, Duke.
You infernal cowpunchers. Everyone gone raving mad in this house this morning.
Go on, Tibbity. I'm late for the office already.
There it is, madam, my dear. Signed, sealed, and delivered.
Mabel, darling, smooth my collar.
There you are. Oh, Bobby, isn't it lovely? I've just been made a director of Zippy Snaps Incorporated.
Have you, Mabel? Aren't you a clever girl?
I've had the most wonderful time. What with your 2,000 and being made a director.
2,000? That's a neat little engagement present, I must say.
What does he mean?
Oh, I don't know, darling. I think he's batty this morning. Goodbye, Bobby.
Oh, aren't you coming?
No, I've got to go to work.
Oh, goodbye then, darling. You've been an angel.
Not really. I'd have made an awful muck of it, I know.
I wish you were coming to the church.
Oh, better not. I might suddenly change my mind. Goodbye, Bobby, dear. Goodbye, Tippy, darling. See you on the board.
Why'd you wish she were coming to the church? Why did you say you'd see me in church? What's all this church nonsense?
Well, heavens, don't you know?
No, what?
I'm marrying your daughter.
You're married back. God bless my soul. Wait.
2 minutes ago.
Hey, Mabs! Mabs, wait a minute. I want to see you, Mabs.
Hey, listen, Bobby. I'm going to be your best man, aren't I?
On the contrary, he agreed that it was I who had the first claim.
First claim, nothing. I like that after doing your level best to gum up the entire work.
I to gum up the works? Who was it who rendered the bride insensible from drink?
Say, listen, there's only one way to settle this. Craps. Here we are. The fair play.
Very well, the fair play.
Little 9 for Caroline, 5 and 4. Hit that floor.
What's going on here?
They're playing to see who's going to be best man.
God bless my soul, what next?
Come up for baby. Baby want to be best man.
This baby wants to be best man.
Which do you fancy, Robert, my boy? France or America?
I don't care.
Well, you take America, then I'll take France.
All right.
500?
Right. 500.
Done. Monsieur, I put a monkey on you.
Comment, monsieur?
J'ai mété un singe sur vous. So play up, monsieur, for the sake of the entente cordiale.
In While the Sun Shines by Terence Rattigan, adapted to radio by Cynthia Pugh, Ronald Lewis played Bobby. Horton was played by Lockwood West, Mulvaney by Warren Stanhope, Elizabeth by Kate Coleridge, Colbert by Philip Monet, Mabel by Margaret Wolfett, and the Duke by Peter Pratt. The play was produced by Archie Campbell.
Blue Coal presents The Shadow, the man of mystery who strikes terror in the very souls of sharpsters, lawbreakers, and criminals. Friends, there's no longer any need for you to rely on guesswork when it comes to buying fuel. Now you can get the best fuel for home use, and know it at a glance, too. For Blue Coal, the finest of Pennsylvania hard coal, is colored a harmless blue at the mines for your protection, so that you can identify it instantly. To be sure that the fuel you buy is the safe, healthy, economical fuel, get America's finest anthracite. Ask for Blue Coal by name. Order your supply tomorrow.
Arthur, don't,
7,
please.
8, 9. This is the hour, my dear.
I can't stand it, I tell you. Always at 9 o'clock it comes. But if I hear that horrible thing again, I'll go crazy. Oh, this awful house.
But it's quiet, my dear. Way out in the country like this, I can install my laboratory here as soon as I get around to it. As for these strange sounds, well, haunted houses have always fascinated me. I've always wanted to meet a ghost, shake hands with him, invite him to tea.
Stop talking like that. It's serious. Oh, I've tried to stand it for your sake, Arthur, but I don't know how much longer. My heart isn't strong, and I... Hear it?
But that's only the wind, isn't it?
No. It always starts like that. You know it does.
Don't move. Listen.
Arthur, it's coming. It's coming. It's coming.
A ghost, eh? Well, we'll see. I'll meet him this time. I'll meet him halfway, too.
Stop! Stop!
Come. We'll both meet him. Give me your hand.
No!
Carolyn. Carolyn, it stopped. Can't you hear me? Goodness me. Has the shock killed her? No, her heart still beats. She's only fainted again. Just pass out here.
Turn the next corner, Lamont. It's that big house set on the hill.
May I ask, Margot, the reason for this late call on Carolyn Sneed?
I'd like to know what's the matter with the poor woman. I got an awful shock when I saw her in town last week. She looks positively haggard. I never saw such a change come over a person.
Married life may not agree with her. She was a spinster for close to 40 years, wasn't she?
I know, but I think she was foolish. Carolyn has nearly $1 million in her own name. She didn't have to marry.
Yes, but right now I'm not the shadow. Remember, I'm just your patient chauffeur, darling. Lamont Cranston, in need of a rest from my famous mystery man role. That last adventure took a lot out of me, you know. Well, a marriage problem is hardly as...
Seriously, though. Nobody knows anything about this man she married. He came into town 6 months ago, met Carolyn in some accidental manner at the county fair, and proceeded to rush her off her feet. I've met him only once, but I don't like his looks.
Something sinister, I gather. Hence the shadow idea. Well, who is he anyway?
Professor Arthur Sneed, I believe he calls himself. He has a small office in town where he's supposed to be working on inventions or something. Well, here we are.
Usually pretty level-headed, Margot, but don't let your aversion for this man we're seeing be too apparent. Dreary place, isn't it?
I don't see any bell. I guess you're supposed to use the knocker. Here he comes.
Well, who is... Oh, it's you, Miss Lane.
Yes. Good evening, Professor Sneed. I hope we aren't too late.
Too late? Too late for what?
Why, I phoned Carolyn that we'd drop in just to say hello.
Well, she didn't tell me. Carolyn isn't feeling well at the moment. I'm sorry. Good night.
Oh, but please, I only want to see her for a moment. That is, unless it's something really serious.
Well, it isn't as serious as she pretends to think it is, but, well, come in.
Thank you. This is my friend Lamont Cranston.
Come in. I'm very happy to see Mr. Cranston. I've heard a lot about him.
How do you do?
You say Carolyn is ill? She didn't mention it when I...
It came on suddenly. She's been in a nervous condition lately, but it's mostly imaginary. I made her go to bed.
Well, would it be all right if I saw her?
I suppose so. Go on up if you like.
Well, thanks. I'll only be a few minutes, Lamont.
What seems to be the trouble with your wife, Professor Sneed?
Oh, she's run down, I guess. Frightfully nervous. She has some absurd notion that this place is, well, haunted.
Haunted?
It's only the wind, of course, and the creaking of an old house. Ghosts. She keeps talking about ghosts. And I can't persuade her that there are no such things.
Of course, old houses have a habit of getting themselves haunted, Professor. As for myself, I'm not so sure there aren't such things as ghosts.
But surely, Mr. Cranston...
Oh, not the conventional sort, perhaps, but... I mean people's spirits. Souls, whatever you want to call them. Haunting the places where they've been unhappy.
Very interesting, I'm sure. But a lot of tosh. I put no stock in it.
No? I'm just noticing that rather rare book on the table, Professor. Neuroses of Death.
What?
If you're interested in that, I'm sure you must be interested in ghosts. I understand its morbid analysis of the factors of violent death are quite interesting.
What do you know about it?
Oh, I read all sorts of things, Professor.
Professor Sneed.
Oh, yes, Miss Lane?
Carolyn wants her sedative.
Oh, yes. I'll go up and give it to her. Did you find her comfortable, Miss Lane?
Well, I think Carolyn is seriously ill.
Yes, but more nerves than anything. Excuse me just a moment, won't you?
Lamont, there's something wrong here. I was afraid there was. I don't know what it is, but it's something terrible.
What's the matter with Carolyn?
Well, she hardly recognized me, and she talks like one in a trance, as though she were in the grip of some deadly fear. When I suggested sending the doctor over, she shook her head, but I'm going to just the same. I can't help feeling it's that man, her husband.
Yes, he isn't very pleasant, is he? His skin skin has an odd pallor. You see it on men who spent some time in prison. There are many little traits of his behavior that interest me as a psychologist. A remarkable man.
But you don't mean...
I don't know. But I think we'll investigate this more or less formally, Margot. I'll visit the professor tomorrow at his office in town. If there are ghosts involved here, perhaps the shadow can bring them to light.
Hello? Yes, Carolyn. Well, don't worry, my dear. I'll leave the office here at 5, and I'll be home before 6. Yes, I understand. Goodbye, dear. Well, who is it? Is that you, Miss White? Who's opening that door?
Don't get up, Professor. I'll close it after me.
What?
I thought I might find you in.
Who said that? Who are you?
Your conscience speaking, Professor. Or have you a conscience?
I'll show you what I've got.
Don't excite yourself. I'm only a voice. A voice they call... Professor, have you ever heard of the shadow?
The shadow?
Yes. You seem to have heard of me.
What do you want?
I've come to warn you, Sneed.
Warn me? Warn me about what?
I know what you're doing.
What?
And I know how it's going to end. The end is death.
Death?
I have something here I'll toss in your lap. There. Do you hear it?
Why, you... Get out of here, I tell you.
See it? Look. It's half of a playing card. The ace of spades. When you find the other half, that will be the end.
Get out and leave me alone.
All right, Sneed, I'll go, but don't forget. The shadow knows.
Trying to frighten me with his tricks. Oh, coming back, are you? Oh, it's you, Miss White.
There are 2 gentlemen here to see you, Professor Sneed.
2 gentlemen? Well, I'm not expecting...
I guess you may remember us, Professor Sneed.
Spike.
Your old friends, Spike Collins and Mr. Wilson here.
Yes, of course. Please take those circulars on your desk, Miss White, and mail them at the post office right away.
Yes, sir.
Lock that door, right?
Okay.
And what are you staring at, Sneed? We ain't ghosts.
I thought you 2 were doing a stretch at Leavenworth.
Yeah, we were. But we framed a getaway.
And now we come to see an old pal.
Well, now listen, Spike. I'd help you if I could.
Nuts.
But...
We've been watching you, and we know your game. We ain't got no time to stall. This old dame you married has got plenty of...
I don't know what you're driving at.
Well, you'll know if we squawk about that dame you married out in Idaho that croaked without anybody knowing what was the matter with her.
Cards on the table, Sneed. Has this one signed our money over to you?
Yes. She fixed her will in my favor.
Well, what are you doing to get it?
Well, she has a weak heart. And...
I know. Playing ghost and scaring her to death, eh? Well, that's too slow, Sneed. I got a better scheme. We break into the house, stage a burglary, see? In a scuffle, the old dame gets shot, dead. It's quick.
No, you can't do that.
No, you'll see.
Spike Collins. Spike Collins. Wake up. Spike Collins.
What? Who's that?
Just a voice, Collins. The voice of your own thoughts, coming to warn you. No one but you can hear me. Your friend Sneed is going to double-cross you tonight. Sneed is going to double-cross you. It's your move. Be there to prevent him. Be there in time. 6 o'clock. Be there.
The Shadow will return in just a few moments. While we're waiting, ladies and gentlemen, I want to tell you about the ever-increasing popularity of blue coal, America's finest anthracite. Blue coal is winning new friends every day among New England housewives. They not only like the superior heat of blue coal, but they find that it simplifies housekeeping. This is because blue coal is so clean. It burns completely and does not send any particles of unburned carbon through the house to be deposited on furniture or woodwork. The drudgery of daily cleaning is reduced to a minimum with this clean fuel. Blue coal is the largest single brand of solid fuel prepared especially for home use. Each car is laboratory tested at the mines for purity and size before shipment. Blue coal is Pennsylvania's finest anthracite. So that you can personally identify this excellent fuel, it is actually colored blue at the mines. Order it by name. You will find the name of your nearest blue coal dealer listed in the Where to Buy It section of your classified telephone directory under the name Blue Coal.
Are you comfortable in that chair, Carolyn?
Yes, thank you, Margaret, dear. And I do appreciate your coming out here and staying with me.
I'm glad to do it. But it's 6 o'clock. Your husband ought to be coming home pretty soon, shouldn't he?
He phoned just before you got here and said he was starting. He seemed very agitated. Oh, he's a strange, unaccountable man sometimes. There are things about him I don't seem to understand.
Yes, I know, dear. He has the car, I suppose?
Yes, he's driving. He's probably on his way now.
I've got to think of something. I know. We leave town.
You're driving rather recklessly, Sneed.
You again.
I'm going to haunt you. Try to forget that I'm here in the rear seat. If it annoys you. No, don't look under the seat.
If I could only see you, get my hands on you, I'd show you how much it annoys me. Shut up.
I'm the voice of your conscience, Sneed. Perhaps you have a conscience. After all.
I could choke that voice down your throat without any trouble to my conscience.
If you only had the power of second sight, you could see me. That's an invaluable gift, Sneed. Being able to see things that other men can't. Some people call it mental telepathy. Some by other names. Remember, I can see the pictures you make in your mind. I told you about that.
You can warn all you like. That's not evidence. Not in court. A lot of wild guesses that don't mean anything.
Well, doesn't it frighten you a little, Sneed? I simply will you not to see me, and you don't. Careful. There's a truck coming down the road. Better sound your horn.
Good Lord, the fool's taking up the whole road.
It's going to hit you. Look out.
It's gone. There wasn't any truck there.
No. I willed you to see it. And you saw it.
No truck at all. Just hypnotism. Gosh, I'm having hallucinations.
But that's the way to dispel hallucinations. Drive straight through them. Be careful. We're near your house. And this old mill road is tricky.
What about it?
Look, Sneed. There's a man in the road ahead of you.
There is, eh? Really?
Why, it looks like one of your two pals that called on you today. I knew we would be here, Sneed.
Really?
You're going to hit him if you don't watch out.
More of your hallucinations. You think that I'll believe you again, don't you? Well, I won't.
Look out!
I hit him.
This time, it was no hallucination, Sneed. He was in front of you.
Morning papers! Ex-convict Spike Collins found dead last night on the Old Mill Road. Spike Collins, wanted by the police, found dead.
Here, son. I'll take one.
Hey, Arthur.
What's it all about, Lamont? Found dead on Old Mill Road. But that's out of the Sneed's place.
Yes, I believe it is. Notorious criminal struck by automobile and killed. He was certainly struck by an automobile.
I wonder if Sneed knew anything about it. He acted very strange when he got home last night.
Strange? What way?
Well, he was pale and shaky, and he hardly seemed to know I was there. He told Carolyn that he'd had a message from out of town, and they'd have to pack and leave.
Well, did he say when?
Well, they thought they could get their trunks and things ready by this afternoon sometime. You're not going to let Carolyn go with him, Lamont?
Not if I can help it. Let's see. A little after 9, I imagine Commissioner Weston is rather startled by the morning's news. I think I'll have a word with Commissioner Weston.
Commissioner Weston, they're sending Collins' body into the morgue.
You went out there this morning and checked all details, Captain?
Yes, sir, I did. And whoever hit him certainly smashed him up good. His face was all out of shape and couldn't recognize him. But we found these in his pocket.
Now, let's see. A letter from his girl out west, looks like. Insurance policy. Library card of Leavenworth Penitentiary.
And this ring, sir, that Collins always wore, with the figure 8 on it.
Oh, yes. Well, it's a good job done, whoever did it. Tag that stuff and file it.
Yes, sir.
Let me know when the wagon gets here.
Yes, sir.
Police Department, Commissioner Weston speaking.
Good morning, Commissioner. This is your good friend, the Shadow.
Oh, yeah? Well, what the blazes do you want?
To be of a little assistance, as usual.
Yes, I see. I'm getting tired of this rigmarole, though heaven knows things happen when you phone. And what's the assistance today?
Why didn't you investigate the ghost that haunts Sneed House, Commissioner, on the Old Mill Road?
Well, you missed up on that one, Mr. Shadow. I don't put much stock in ghosts, but we went out there and checked up, searched the house. There's no evidence.
No. Go again today, Commissioner. And this time, I think you'll get your evidence.
Is that the last trunk, Arthur?
Yes. The expressman won't be here until 4. Another hour yet. Why don't you go up and lie down a while, Caroline,
Yes, I will. I'll try to sleep a little now that it's daylight.
You told the milkman we wanted to pay him.
He's coming back before we leave.
Good. Well, that must be him now at the back door. Get back. Get back.
What's the matter, Sneed? Think you're seeing a ghost?
Stop. Don't come near me.
Nuts. Snap out of it, will you? This is me, Spike Collins.
You? Alive?
It wasn't me you hit with your car last night on that back road. Well, I guess you wish it had been, huh?
Who was it then?
It was Rat Wilson. Fool got half pickled trying to get up his nerve for the job. Staggered out on the road before I could stop him, and wham! It was all over.
Wilson, eh?
So So there was my chance, see? Him and me about the same size, his face and hands all smashed flat. I put my stuff in his pockets, my ring on what was left of his finger. There I was, dead. And all that time you was giving me the double cross. And maybe I am a ghost, but I can still deal with you, Sneed.
Who is it, Arthur?
Just a minute, Carolyn. Now listen, Spike. There's only one way to see this thing through. You and I have got to stick together. The shadow is after us both. We've got to get out together, away from this shadow.
Don't kid me anymore about the shadow. You see this cat? I'm here on business and I'm going through with it. Put the old lady out of her misery.
Good Lord.
What's the matter?
There. On the table.
Nothing but a torn playing card. The ace of spades, or half of it.
You've got to stop it, Spike. You've got to stop.
Arthur, what's the matter? Who's this man?
Carolyn. This is a friend of mine.
Friend?
Sure, a friend.
But I don't understand. The pistol,
Yeah, that's my way of doing business, lady. Your husband does it different. He's been scaring you to death, ain't he? Making you think the place was haunted. You know how he always does it?
Stop it, Spike.
He used to be an electrician, see? He rigs up a sort of electric sound box with a remote control switch. He usually puts the switch over here by the door. Yeah, here it is.
What's it all about, Arthur?
The ace of spades. The end. Death.
When he turns the switch, you hear the ghost dance. All you have to do is turn this knob. That's the way it works, lady.
But I hear it. Arthur, I hear it.
Turn that thing off, you idiot. What? I haven't turned it on. You haven't. And what's making those sounds?
I am.
What's that? It's him. He's come. A shadow.
I am coming up these cellar stairs. I will enter and stand beside you.
Where is he?
Stand back or I'll shoot.
When I enter, I will touch one of you on the shoulder.
Stop him! Stop him!
And that one will die.
It's the cops. Come here, Steve. It's a plant. You called in the cops.
No, don't shoot, Spike.
The jig is up. You can have the bullet I was going to give your wife, you double-crossing skunk.
Oh, you killed him.
Come on, here we are. Go through that side room, boys. Okay. Stick him up.
I
got him. Now stand still around. Break your arm. Now, hand over that gat.
All right. I'm through. You win.
Spike Collins. Spike
Collins?
I thought he was... I thought you... Say, what is this? Who was that guy that got killed over here last night? Come clean, Collins.
Whoever it was, I didn't do it.
Who's that? Where are you?
Don't be alarmed. I am here behind you, in the shadow.
Oh. So you're here, Shadow, eh? Maybe you know who got killed here last night.
The man killed last night, Commissioner, is a ghost.
Oh, yeah?
There are now 2 ghosts in this little adventure. Mr. Collins will probably make the 3rd. You really should believe in ghosts now, Commissioner. And in shadows.
And now, before today's adventure with the shadow comes to a close, John Barclay, Blue Coal's own heating expert, is here to give us another of his practical talks on automatic heating. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Barclay.
Good evening, friends. In former Sunday night talks of mine, I've shown you the importance of having the temperature of the home properly controlled with a Blue Coal automatic heat regulator. That is, in terms of health and convenience. Now, tonight I'm going to give a third important reason for automatic heating: economy. Most authorities will tell you that the proper degree of heat in the home is 70 degrees. Naturally, you can't by hand keep your fire from giving off more than 70 degrees of heat, but the Blue Coal automatic heat regulator can and does. But here's how that saves you actual fuel dollars. Heating engineers have discovered that for every degree you raise the temperature above the desired 70 degrees, your fuel goes up in cost 1.5%. So you see, friends, by automatically shutting off that heat, that extra, wasteful, unhealthy heat regulator automatically saves on fuel costs. Why not investigate this Blue Coal heat regulator further? Ask your local Blue Coal dealer to give you a demonstration. The cost is only $18.95 plus a small charge for installation. You'll find it well worth every cent of that and more. Moreover, if you have any heating problems, discuss these also with your Blue Coal dealer. He is the best informed heating authority in your community, and assisted by his John Barclay trained serviceman, can, I'm sure, help you save money and have a more comfortable home this winter. This service is free. It costs you nothing. Thank you.
The Shadow adventure you have just heard is copyrighted by the Shadow magazine. The characters in this story are entirely fictitious. Any similarity to persons living or dead is purely coincidental.
The weed of crime bears bitter fruit. Crime does not pay. The Shadow knows.
Extra! Extra! Hear all about it! Next week, same time, same station. The Shadow's latest adventure. Extra! Extra!
Your announcer, Arthur Whiteside.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. Our star tonight is Peter Lorre, playing the part of the Hungarian Count Stefan Kahare, a gentleman of sinister aspect. The story is by John Dixon Carr, who calls it The Devil's Saint. If you've been with us on these Tuesday nights, you will know that suspense is compounded of mystery and suspicion and dangerous adventure. In this series are tales calculated to intrigue you, to stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation, and then withhold the solution till the last possible moment. And so, it is with The Devil's Saint and Mr. Peter Lorre's performance we again hope to keep you in suspense. The Devil's Saint. Paris, 15 years ago. Paris as it used to be, when lights twinkled from the old Trocadero to the hill of Sacré-Cœur, when taxicabs honked and the beat of tangos swayed, and Chinese lanterns gleamed above the lake in the Bois, when, in short, you and I were young. Come then to the President's Ball at the Opera, St. Catherine's Day, 1927. A fancy dress ball at the Opera, filling these marble halls with a multitude of masks and a multitude of dreams. The mosaic decorations are no less bright than the colors that weave here. Harlequins and Columbine, Cleopatra and Musketeers. In the great marble foyer, remember it? They have set out little tables and lines of palms behind which you may sit screened. Look at one such table. A young man wearing the scarlet and gold uniform of an English Guards officer in Wellington's day. A dark-haired young girl in the costume of a bacchante. And as we approach...
Ned, don't, please. You mustn't.
Why not? You really don't mind, do you?
No, of course I don't mind, only you mustn't. Oh, Ned.
Look here, Alona. We've got to settle this thing. You have enjoyed being here tonight, haven't you?
Ned, I've loved it. After being cooped up at my uncle's place in the country, it's like heaven.
All right. When I take you back to the hotel, I'm going to face this uncle of yours tonight.
No. No, please don't.
I'm going to say that you and I intend to get married, and that's that.
I can't marry you, Ned. I've told you that.
But why not? Just give me one good reason.
Because I can't. My uncle, he would never allow it. Never.
And that seems to you a good reason enough?
Yes, Ned.
This uncle of yours, what's his name?
Count Stefan Kohari.
He's a Hungarian, I think you said.
Yes, so am I. My mother was an American.
What's he like, actually?
Oh, he's a little eccentric. Oh, please don't misunderstand. He's a great scholar and a historian, only he's a little strange. Ned.
What is it?
There he is now.
Your uncle?
Yes, that elegant man in plain evening clothes, with the Order of the Golden Fleece across his chest.
Oh, I see him. Oh, he looks as black as a thundercloud.
He's throwing those two dressed as devils aside as though they didn't exist. Give me my mask quick before he sees us.
No, Alona.
Why not?
We'd better face this out now. Sit still.
Good evening, Ilona.
Good evening, Uncle Stefan. Uncle, may I present Edward Whiteford?
How do you do, sir?
How do you do? Ilona, do you think that costume is quite the thing to wear in public?
Why not?
Well, an older generation might call it immodest. It looks like...
Like what?
Nothing. Will you go and get your cloak or your domino or whatever you wore here?
Uncle, please don't make me go home so soon. It's hardly 11 o'clock.
I was not asking you to go home, my dear. I was merely asking you to put on a wrap.
All right, I'll get it. You stay and talk to Ned.
I shall be delighted.
Will you sit down, sir?
Thank you. You seem to have quite a gathering at this table.
Oh, yes. Some friends of mine from the embassy. They're upstairs dancing now.
Well, look, glasses, and still more glasses. You know, I was quite an adept once at musical gases. Have you ever tried it, young man? Well, it's very easy. You take a spoon like this, you see, and... Like it?
Well, forgive me, sir, but there's something I'd like to ask you.
Yes?
I don't know exactly how to say this, so I'd better say it in the shortest way. I want to marry your niece. Well, look out, sir. You smashed one of the glasses.
A few francs will pay for that. But there are other things of higher value. At least to me.
Well, maybe I ought to mention first that my full name is Lord Edward Whiteford. My father's the Earl of Grey.
Indeed.
Well, I only mention that to show we're, well, respectable enough. Well, the British ambassador will vouch for me, sir, if you'd like to ring him up.
And perhaps I ought to mention that I've always kept Ilona carefully guarded from the world.
Almost too carefully guarded, don't you think?
That, Lord Edward, depends on my reasons.
Sorry, sir.
You have known Ilona about how long?
4 days.
4 days. You wouldn't even choose a business partner in 4 days. Yet to want to marry my Ilona after 4 days.
But we know our own minds, sir.
You do, huh? Then you know more than the wisest man in this world. However, as one whose dearest wish is Ilona's happiness,
I hope it is, Count Kohari.
Do you doubt what I say?
Oh, no, sir.
Well, I will make you a proposition. I own an estate in Touraine, not far from Paris. A little chateau, a few hundred acres, fishing. Very good stable of horses.
I know. Ilona told me.
Oh, she did? Well, then here is my suggestion. Why not come down and visit us for a week or two?
Why, that's very decent of you, sir.
Oh, not at all, not at all. And if at the end of that time you're not cured of this infatuation...
Oh, it's not an infatuation. I swear it's not.
No? Well, if at the end of that time you're not cured permanently of this feeling, you may take Ilona. And with my blessing. That's fair, isn't it?
Oh, it's more than fair, Uncle Harry. I don't know how to thank you.
Oh, well, please, don't even try. And at least I can promise you a very interesting experience. You see, at the Chateau d'Azay, there is one certain bedroom. We call it the tapestry room.
Yes?
Well, I assure you, it'll be very interesting for you to sleep in that room.
Why? Is it haunted or something?
Oh, no. No, not haunted. Well, now, if you don't mind, I shall say goodnight, and I hope I can trust you to bring Ilona safely to the hotel. Au revoir. Look over there.
What is it, sir?
Just look. Streams of our fellow guests pouring down a main staircase. Shapes of nightmare. Shapes of delirium. Insane dead masks. Only the eyes move. Wouldn't we be terrified, perhaps, if we would look behind those gargoyle faces?
Oh, no, I don't think so. They're only ordinary people like ourselves.
That, sure, is where you make your mistake. Well, I shall expect you for the weekend, and encore une fois, au revoir.
Ned.
It's all right, Ilona. You can come out from behind those palms.
What was he saying? I couldn't hear.
Ilona, it couldn't be better. Well, he's a very decent old boy, actually. And he's invited me to the Chateau d'Azay.
Did he say anything about the tapestry room?
Yes. He invited me to sleep there.
And you said?
I said I would, naturally.
You mustn't do it, Ned. I won't let you do it.
Why the devil not?
Because everybody who sleeps in that room dies.
Dies? Are you serious?
Oh, Ned, please don't do it.
Oh, nonsense. There are a lot of superstitions about every old house.
This isn't a superstition, Ned. It happened once when I was a little girl. A man insisted on sleeping there. They found him dead in the morning.
So? How did he die?
They don't know. There wasn't a mark on his body. He wasn't shot or stabbed or strangled or poisoned or hurt in any way. He was just dead.
Two nights later, in the province of France now known as Indre-et-Loire, but once called Touraine, the ancient land beloved of Rabelais and Balzac. But now, as the wind moans down the valleys, and rain flickers across the apple trees, and thunder stirs in those haunted hills, it can bring little comfort to a young man driven in an ancient carriage from the railway station along snake-like roads. To what destination? Ahead, a lift of lightning shows the gray walls and conical slate-roofed towers of a chateau set some distance back from the road. Lights shine from its narrow windows, dimly seen through the rain as...
Driver! Coachman!
Oui, monsieur.
Is that the Chateau d'Azay up ahead?
Oui, monsieur. I will take you to the very door if...
If what? Why do you cross yourself?
If I am permitted.
What should stop you?
Only fear, monsieur. And I am not much afraid.
Listen. What was that?
Only the dogs, monsieur. They keep many dogs, large dogs, at the Chateau d'Azay. Well, here we are. Bonsoir, monsieur. And if I may be permitted a word of advice...
Well?
Beware of the tapestry room.
There isn't a bell on this door. There might at least be a knocker. Ah, got it.
Et alors, monsieur?
Vous cherchez?
Je cherche le Château d'Azay, et
perhaps it would be better if Monsieur spoke English, yes? You are Lord Edward Whiteford.
Yes.
Monsieur is expected. Please to enter. Monsieur's hat and coat.
Thank you.
Ned.
Hello, Ilona. Oh,
Breath pas, ma petite. Votre uncle.
Oh, you'd better not kiss me, Ned. Madame Flay says to look out for my uncle. Madame Flay is our housekeeper.
Oh. Well, where's your uncle now?
In the drawing room. He's playing the piano. Come along.
Ilona, is anything wrong?
Oh, everything's wrong. 2 of my dogs were in horrible pain this afternoon. Dr. Solomon had to put them out with chloroform.
You don't think that...
I hope nobody's practicing, that's all. Well, here we are.
Oh, nice tiger skins on the floor. I say, who's the little old man with the gray beard sitting over there by the fire?
That's Dr. Solomon.
Hasn't he funny-looking eyes?
He watches and watches and watches. He's an old friend of the family.
Shh, come along. Let's get this over with.
Ah, Lord Edward. Well, I see my niece has anticipated me. Welcome to the Chateau d'Azay.
Thank you, Count Harry.
Oh, you must be very wet after your long drive. Go up to the fire and warm yourself. Madame Flay.
Yes, monsieur?
Please tell Antoine to take our guest's luggage up to the tapestry room.
The tapestry room, monsieur?
That is what I said, Madame Flay.
Yes, monsieur.
By an odd coincidence, Lord Edward, Dr. Solomon and I were just discussing the fate of the last person who slept in a tapestry room.
This is not good, my friend. This is against my advice.
It's against his advice. Here, Dr. Solomon croaked.
This is not good, I tell you. It is the wrong season of the moon.
The wrong moon. But there is no moon tonight. It's raining cats and dogs.
Don't talk about dogs.
Nevertheless, it is the wrong season of the moon. I say no more.
Cheerful blighter, that doctor.
Don't do it, Ned. I won't be responsible if they make you do it.
But look here, Count Harry. What did happen to the last bloke who slept in the tapestry room?
You mustn't call him a bloke, sir. He was a very saintly gentleman. The Bishop of Tours. That was some time ago when Ilona was only 15 years old, but surely she must remember it.
I remember it.
The church, said our bishop, has no use for superstitions. Well, he insisted on sleeping there. I made it as comfortable for him as possible, but he was found dead next morning with a crucifix still in his hand.
Was it poison?
There was no poison, monsieur.
No. Here, Dr. Solomon.
It's true, Ned.
Well, there were just 2 very curious things. You see, in connection with that death, on a mantelpiece there was found burning a stick of incense. Just ordinary incense, nothing wrong with it.
Yes, sir?
And under the dressing table, the police found it was an empty jar of ointment. Now, here's your wits. A dead man, some burning incense, and an empty jar of ointment. What do you make of that?
Oh, I don't make anything of it. It's crazy.
Please do not speak like that.
I'm sorry?
It is still the wrong season of the moon.
Well, what I really meant, sir, was this. Is there any reason for this story of death?
Reason?
Any legend attached to the room or anything like that?
Yes, there is.
Well, sir?
Well, we are a very old family, Lord Edward. Old and perhaps accursed. When my ancestors moved from Hungary to France in the 17th century, they brought certain beliefs with them. The old religion.
The old religion?
Yes, the cult of Diana, the cult of Janus, the cult of freedom and fertility. The witch cult, if you prefer.
Oh, now look here, sir.
Must we talk about this?
Well, you smile, but when I say the word witch, you think of some humorous picture on a Halloween's card. It was very different in the Middle Ages, believe me. Then, my friend, there existed an organized religion which rivaled the church. There were many to worship unashamed at the grand Sabbath. Many to receive all favors from Saturn, their master, and to dance forever joyously in a red, flaming quadrils of hell. Some 200 years ago, an ancestress of mine, Katerina Kohari, was tortured to death in a tapestry room for professing the old religion. Many persons have not thought it safe to sleep there since. Are you answered?
Oh, come, sir. This is some kind of elaborate joke.
Joke? The Bishop of Tours did not find it a joke.
Not a mark on his body. I assure you as a physician, not a mark on his body.
No, not a mark on his body. Hear Dr. Solomon.
Yes, I hear him.
Well, understand me, Lord Edward, there's no compulsion in this. If you do wish to sleep in that room, all right. If you
ridiculous.
don't wish to...
I'm not afraid to sleep there, sir.
Well, I thought perhaps you wanted to change your mind.
Oh, never. Would you like me to make a wager on that?
What sort of wager?
Well, if I spend the night in this famous room and come out of it alive...
Yes?
Will you give your consent to the marriage immediately? Tomorrow morning?
Tomorrow morning? Why?
Because I don't think the atmosphere of this house is good for a loner. What do you say? Will you do it?
Very well, Lord Edward. I accept the terms of your wager.
Don't do it, Ned. For the love of heaven, don't do it.
High up in the north tower of the Chateau d'Azay, under the conical slate roof, is the circular room hung with faded tapestries. These tapestries move slightly with uneasy, mimic life to the clamor of the storm outside. Candles burn along the mantelpiece and beside the great four-poster bed. The flames of these candles waver, too, as the door opens.
This is the tapestry room, monsieur.
Thank you, Madame Flay.
That is the mantelpiece where the incense burned. That is the bed where Monseigneur le Bishop died.
Very inviting, isn't it?
Will there be anything else monsieur requires? Some sandwiches? A decanter of whiskey?
Oh, no, thanks. I had a drink with the Count Kohari before I came upstairs.
Bien, monsieur. Monsieur's shaving water will be brought up in the morning, if he requires it. Good night.
That old hoppy. Trying to scare a fellow out of his wits just because... Oh, well, they built a good fire anyway. Didn't realize how cold it was. Temperature must have dropped. What's that?
It's me, Ilona. May I come in?
No, Ilona. Get out of here.
That's not very gallant of you.
No, I mean, I don't want you exposed to whatever it is.
Ned, listen. Are you going to bed, or are you going to sit up all night?
I'm going to sit up all night, naturally.
Then let me sit up with you.
No.
Why not?
Well, it may be dangerous. Besides, I promised your uncle I'd go through with this alone.
I wish you hadn't had that drink with him.
Why? He couldn't have done anything to it. It was you who poured it.
Yes, that's true, only... Listen.
What is that?
It sounds like footsteps.
Yes, but where's it coming from?
Seems to be right here in the room.
It seems to come from all directions.
Doesn't it sound like somebody walking between the walls?
By George, it is someone walking inside the wall. Get behind that tapestry, Ilona. Quick. Hide there. Count Kohari, where did you come from?
Oh, forgive me, Lord Edward, for seeming to appear out of the wall and between the tapestries. Like Mephisto appearing too fast, huh? And this red dressing gown perhaps adds to the effect, too.
How'd you get here? A passage between the walls?
Yes, exactly. Little device my ancestors for visiting this room. You know, they invented that when its occupant was so unmannerly as to bolt the door.
Door's not bolted. You could have walked straight in.
But I couldn't have done it unobserved.
No. Maybe not.
Have you had any other visitors, Lord Edward?
No.
Are you quite sure of that?
Quite sure.
Well, then, since nobody saw me come here, I'll just sit down by the fire. Please sit opposite me.
Is this the showdown, sir?
I don't understand.
Well, there's got to be a showdown between us. Is that why you're here?
Oh, I'm here, young man, to explain certain things to you. Will you have a cigarette?
Thank you.
Oh, they're perfectly all right. That is what you're afraid of?
I'll have one, yes.
A light?
Thank you.
Well, when I was discussing the witch cult a while ago, you didn't appear to think I meant what I said.
Do you want a perfectly frank answer to that?
Yes.
I think you're mad enough to mean anything.
What you say, in a sense, is quite true. Seeing an old and inbred family like ours, the mind can crack and the fantasies of witchcraft become as real, well, more real than the living world. Let me give you an example.
Go on.
The saucer on a table beside you is Ming porcelain. It was once owned by Katerina Kohari, a martyr of the old religion. Yet you are using it as an ashtray.
Oh, I beg the witch lady's pardon. I'll blow off the ash.
Well, that's a very dangerous remark, sir. Don't you understand that the worship of evil can be as strong and compelling as the worship of good? That the devil can have his saints, too? That to a sick brain which knows but can't help itself, you have profaned this room merely by entering it. And therefore, you deserve to die.
Like the Bishop of Tours?
Exactly.
You're not going to tell me the devil killed him?
The devil's agent may be flesh and blood.
Then it was murder.
Oh, of course it was murder. Murder so cunningly contrived that no one ever saw through it.
Go on.
I asked you before to use your wits on this problem. Well, look, incense was burned in this room. You know why?
Suppose you tell me.
Well, obviously, I think to conceal something else, which would be too easily noticed.
To conceal what?
For instance, the smell of chloroform.
Chloroform?
Yes. A drug not very well understood by laymen. Dr. Solomon, by the way, was using chloroform this afternoon to dispose of some dogs.
So I've heard.
Well, Dr. Solomon is old and very forgetful.
You mean chloroform could be stolen?
Oh, yes, it could be easily. Now, suppose I take a pad saturated with chloroform. I place it over the mouth and nostrils of a man already sleeping or drugged so that he gets no air.
Wait a minute. That won't do.
Why not?
Chloroform burns and blisters when it touches the skin. You'd leave marks.
Oh, not at all, my friend. Not at all. If I first covered the mouth and nostrils with some substance like...
Ointment.
Yes. Now you're waking up.
Hi.
Now observe what follows. In a few seconds, unconsciousness. In 2 minutes or 3 minutes, death.
Certain death, yes.
Oh, but chloroform, you see. It evaporates very quickly. There is no trace in the stomach since nothing has been swallowed. Well, delay your post-mortem for 24 hours. Very easy matter in these country districts, and no trace remains in the blood. Murder without a mark, Lord Edward. Murder without a mark.
You can't do it, Count Kohani. There's one thing you're forgetting.
What is that?
I'm not sleeping and I'm not drugged.
Oh, yes, you are.
How? When? In the cigarette?
No. In a drink you had with me.
What was it?
Morphine. And you've had enough to put 3 men to sleep. See, that's it. Well, try to get up.
I'll do it. I'll do it.
You see? You've knocked over the fire irons. You'd have been in the fire yourself if I hadn't caught you.
Take your hands off me.
Just as you please.
If I could reach that bell pull.
Well, but you can't. Well, better sit down again.
You murdering lunatic. So that's how you killed the Bishop of Tours. And that's how you're going to kill me.
Who, I? Well, you don't think I killed the Bishop of Tours.
Didn't you?
You fool. I'm not trying to kill you. I'm trying to save you. Dr. Solomon.
Yes, monsieur.
Well, come out. Come in the room. Come out and be my witness.
Yes, monsieur. I shall always guard the family honor, even when I guess how men die.
This young man evidently thinks I've been talking about myself. Am I, in a popular parlance, insane?
Oh, monsieur. Heaven forbid. I have never known a saner man.
Have you any notion, Lord Edward, why I brought you to this house? You would never have believed me if I had merely told you. So I had to bring you here to show you.
Show me what?
What?
Look at the tapestries.
Come out of there!